The Washington Post newsroom delivers breaking events around the world as they happen. Unrivaled reporting from the journalists you've come to trust. To get the facts fast and meet the challenges of today head on. Get the news that matters most with a special offer by visiting washingtonpost.com/watch. Subscribing unlocks instant access, bringing you the Post's award-winning coverage anytime, any place. Because democracy dies in darkness.
I'm sick of Republicans losing. In Florida, I showed how it's done. We want a historic victory.
Look at the polls. It shows I crush Biden. We don't just win the presidency. We're going to win governor's races. We're going to win Congress.
And I do think it's going to take somebody from the outside and somebody from the next generation to get this job done.
In 2016, I declared, I am your voice. Today I add, I am your warrior. I am your justice. I am your retribution.
The 2024 election begins tonight as Iowa's Republican voters gather to decide who they want as president. Iowa is unlike most states because it holds a caucus, not a primary. So people have to show up in person tonight at sites throughout the state if they want to have a say. Good evening from the newsroom of the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. I'm joined tonight in our studios by senior political correspondent Rhonda Colvin, video reporter J.M. Rieger, and James Hohman, who is with the Washington Post Election Insights team and is ready to crunch the numbers as the tallies come in. Well, one thing is clear. This is Trump's night to lose. He's polling far ahead as Iowa's Republican frontrunner. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley are expected to battle for second place. But victory tonight is not just about who wins. If a candidate performs better or worse than expected, it could deliver them a critical boost or end their campaign. So, Rhonda, only a small percentage of America's voters live in Iowa and will show up to caucus tonight. But this kicks off the campaign season. What's at stake?
That's right, a small percentage of voters across the board, but also a small percentage of the votes needed to make the GOP candidate the GOP nominee this summer at the convention. If you think about it, there are only 40 delegate votes that Iowa supplies to that convention. So it is a small share of who will become the eventual nominee, but this is such an important contest because it kickstarts the election. It's the first time we're going to see concrete results from real voters in real time, and that's pretty important, especially because this season has been so unconventional and will likely continue to be unconventional. And we're going to see if Trump's popularity is as the polls have indicated, and we're also going to see if Governors Haley and DeSantis are going to come in a strong second showing so that they can move on to New Hampshire and sell their platform there. So it is a pretty important night.
Only 1 week away, New Hampshire is. Well, leading our election insights team is the Washington Post newsroom is columnist James Hohman. So, James, what are you watching tonight in Iowa?
187,000 people voted 8 years ago in the 2016 caucuses in much better weather. I expect that number will be substantially lower, but how much lower and how will the drop in turnout affect the outcome?
J.M. Rieger, you have covered the Haley-DeSantis debate just the other night. Now, this was the last time for the two of them to be on stage before voters get to have a say. Haley and DeSantis were the only people to qualify, as well as Donald Trump, but Trump skipped it and did a Fox News town hall instead. So let's start with Haley and DeSantis. How did they make a showing the other night, and what did they do to try to stand out?
Yeah, like you said, Libby, this was really one of the last times, if not the last time on a national stage for these candidates to essentially make their pitch to caucus goers. You know, Haley and DeSantis really spent much of that debate attacking each other rather than Trump. And they accused one another of lying. And, you know, frankly, at a certain point, the debate in some ways set up a little better for Ron DeSantis in that it was sort of a one-on-one contest where it was clear that Haley really did want to start to hone in her attacks on Trump a little more, but she got kind of bogged down at times having to respond to Ron DeSantis and some of the issues that he brought up during the debate.
You know, I want to talk about Donald Trump because he wasn't even there, which is kind of symbolic, JM, of just how he's handled this whole campaign. What message is he trying to send to Iowa voters here in these final days?
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing going into Iowa here, you know, is about momentum, it's about positioning, it's about expectation setting. the fact that Trump is primarily focusing, and during that town hall that we just referenced, primarily focused on Joe Biden and not even his fellow competitors, sort of tells you all you need to know in a sense of kind of how massive this lead is. Trump talked about his polling throughout the Fox town hall, and in the final stretch here has at times even mocked sort of the positioning of his fellow candidates and how far behind they are in poll after poll after poll. We'll see, obviously, if that holds up in just a short while here, but the fact that Trump is really kind of mentioning in passing, if you will, Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley, and even recently of Vivek Ramaswamy, signals how much Trump is already in some ways looking ahead to the general election.
James, let's talk about that expectation game. It is so important. I want you to just set the stage for us here. Heading into this final stretch, Trump showing very strong in the polls. Now, we always say, James, polls are a measure of a moment in time, and it really comes down to voters who will turn out tonight and have their say. But I want to hear from you what you were watching over the weekend, because it wasn't just Trump's poll numbers we were paying attention to. It was those other two, DeSantis and Haley.
Yeah, absolutely. The Des Moines Register poll, which is sort of the gold standard of Iowa polling, conducted by a woman named Ann Seltzer, has a long track record of getting it very, very close to right, showed Donald Trump just under 50%, at 49%. But what was notable about it was just the second poll of Iowa that showed Nikki Haley in number 2 with DeSantis behind. Vivek Ramaswamy was at 8%. I don't think it was any coincidence that Trump immediately started attacking Ramaswamy when that poll came out, because those folks said Trump is by and large their second choice. So really the most intriguing storyline, the one that there's the most doubt about, is this fight for second place, because it does seem like it could be very close. And there's this classic tension in Iowa between what operatives call O versus Mo. O is organization, Mo is momentum. Ron DeSantis has a better organization. Nikki Haley didn't spend a lot of time in Iowa until recently, but Haley has some of the momentum coming out after the last several weeks, now that all the other candidates are attacking her. But does she have enough of an organization? The Koch network, the Americans for Prosperity Action, they've been paying door knockers to do a field operation on Haley's behalf, because she doesn't have a big field program of her own. So that's the big test. Who's going to be second? O versus Mo.
Rhonda, what do the campaigns of Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis think are their best case scenarios for tonight?
Well, historically, if you look at Iowa caucus results, any candidate who came in under 20% did not make it to the nomination. Even though Iowa doesn't have a really good track record of picking the eventual nominee, it still has a track record of supplying a candidate that, as James just mentioned, can have some momentum going into these next contests. So for Nikki Haley, she should be around 20% if she really wants to move forward in a strong position in New Hampshire. Same thing with DeSantis is really. And with Haley, one of her closing messages over the weekend and the last few weeks has been, I'm the only candidate who can go up against Biden. She's, of course, tackling Trump and talking about him a little bit more than DeSantis is, but she's also saying, look, in the end, I'm the one in the general who can get the votes for the Republican Party. So if she is going to sell that message any further, she's going to need likely more than 20% or a quarter of these votes tonight. DeSantis is also going to be very interesting, too. He'll need about that number as well in order to stay viable. But of course, Iowa doesn't usually have that good track record of picking the nominee. So you might hear whoever does come in third say, we're just going to pay attention to the next primaries and the next caucuses. But both Haley and DeSantis have put in a lot of time today. We've seen them on the trail. They're really taking this in a very fervent way, where they really want to come in second because they know that's so important right now.
As you've been talking to people in Iowa this past week, what do they see as the chances for DeSantis and Haley, and what is their justification or hope of supporting them with such strong poll numbers for Trump?
What I've heard from Iowa voters or Iowa caucus goers is that Haley is in a strong position. They like how she has performed and talked about foreign affairs. Of course, Israel, Ukraine, China is on the minds of many voters this cycle. And a lot of people like how she's been handling herself in the debates on those issues. They also say she has a strong track record as governor of South Carolina and then going on to ambassador. With DeSantis, you're hearing a little bit of that too, especially those who like the way he handled different issues in Florida. But what I am hearing from Iowa caucus goers that I spoke to a few days ago is there is a bit of fatigue with Trump. They are very clear-eyed that he does have incredible support in Iowa, nationwide, but they also say he brings a lot of baggage, and they don't know if he's going to be able to really handle the general. So that is something that's overhanging this caucus.
So, JM, let's talk about the people who are supporting Donald Trump, and we'll be checking in with our reporters who are in Iowa throughout the night tonight, who have been talking to people as recently as like in the last few minutes. But I want to hear from you what it is about Trumpism that is resonating for people who plan to support him.
Well, you know, I think it's really notable that down the stretch going into the Iowa caucuses, usually, you know, there's a little more focus on policy, if you will, on what direction the party's going to take. That, in some ways, is sort of out the window here. There's sort of an acceptance, if you will, that Trumpism is where the party is where the party is going. So the question is not so much what direction the party's going to take as much as it is who is going to lead that party, if you will, right? And, you know, at this point, you know, Trump obviously overwhelmingly kind of from a polling standpoint has that advantage. You know, we heard one thing that came up at the debate last week, or the town hall, I should say, on Fox last week when Trump was asked about this issue of abortion, right, which has been, you know, kind of an Achilles heel at times for Republicans in some of these national elections. And Trump, in some ways, has done as good a job as any of the other Republicans of kind of walking the line on that in terms of, you know, doubling down on the Supreme Court and him nominating justices that eventually overturned Roe v. Wade and abortion protections nationwide, but simultaneously saying, you know, kind of invoking Ronald Reagan and saying that there have to be exceptions, and then kind of circling back to something that we've heard for months now from Trump, which is he will, quote unquote, kind of figure something out, or they will come together and get something done. It's almost purposely vague to kind of give himself multiple options, leave multiple doors open. But the fact that Trump has been able to, on one of the thorniest issues, if you will, for the party that we expect to be a major issue, maybe not tonight in Iowa, but, you know, down the road once we get closer to the general election, to be one of the prominent deciding issues for voters, the fact that Trump has sort of navigated those waters within the Republican primary, which was going to be one of the biggest tests that he was going to face in this process, you know, kind of speaks to the strength of his candidacy, if you will.
You know, Rhonda, I want to just tell our viewers about what we're watching right now in this screen in screen. So talk to us about what we're seeing.
Yeah, so we're seeing a caucus sort of start off right now. Usually you have a precinct chair or a caucus chair tell everyone the rules. What's important about the differences between a Republican and a Democratic caucus in Iowa is that both are in person, of course, but with Democrats, if you might remember a few years back, they run to certain positions in the gymnasium or in the community center behind a candidate sign and say, this is the person I'm supporting. Neighbors are able to tell other neighbors, this is the person you should be supporting. But with the Republican caucus, this is done by secret ballot. You will have someone on behalf of each major candidate describe the strengths of that candidate, why the person should vote for them, and then each caucus goer is going to fill out on a ballot the name of the person that they want to caucus for. So it looks like in this particular gymnasium in Des Moines, you have folks just hearing from that precinct chair about what to do next. And this is from my conversations from Iowans, they are so proud of this caucus. They really enjoy the fact that they are so different from the rest of the country and that it's a physical thing. It's in person. They had to show up tonight. You see them in coats and weather gear there. It's, as James has pointed out, it's very cold there. But they like the idea of being with community members in their caucus and talking this issue out.
Well, let's talk about those parkas that people are wearing there indoors and their hats, because one of the big unpredictable factors in voting tonight and caucusing is the weather. Now, we all know that Iowa is cold in January, but right now it is really, really cold. And we've had James tracking the weather conditions, which frankly are historic, James. So what did caucus goers face as they headed out to sites like this tonight? Yeah, so in Des Moines, the state capital, which you see right there, the wind chill tonight is 22 degrees below zero. Even for the hardiest person, that's pretty cold. There is a wind chill advisory in effect for every county in Iowa until noon tomorrow. What that means is that having exposed skin outside for 10 minutes
just not wearing gloves for 10 minutes could give you frostbite. This is the coldest caucus ever. You can see this graphic. This is the high and low temperature for every single caucus going back to the 70s. The previous low was -4 degrees. There are some places where wind gusts are over 20 miles an hour, wind chill is 30 below. The big question, every operative I've been talking to all day, all weekend, has been wondering, what impact does this have? There is a sense that because Trump has such a strong lead in the polls, Trump has the most to lose from lower turnout. Two things in particular. The first is that Donald Trump is doing really, really well among people who say it's going to be their first time going to a caucus. The problem is that the best predictor for whether you actually go show up at a caucus is whether you've been before. And if it's this cold out, maybe you say, let's not go try to figure this out for the first time. The other group that Trump is strongest among is seniors, people over 65. In 2016, they accounted for 27% of caucus goers. Seniors are a lot less likely to venture out in these kinds of temperatures where, honestly, your life could be at risk. Midwesterners are hardy. They really do pride themselves on getting out there. People watched the Kansas City Chiefs game the other day. They know that. But this could, especially in rural areas where you have to drive 20 or 30 miles to get to a caucus site, might change the dynamic, might change the thinking about whether you go and you try to do that. Again, it's the coldest caucus ever.
Well, let's go to someone who is experiencing that cold in person. Rich Matthews is our correspondent who's at a caucus site north of Des Moines in Ankeny, Iowa. So, Rich, what's happening at the site that you're at?
Well, we're warm inside, but let me tell you, it actually hasn't started yet, and that in itself is news. We just talked to the chair of this caucus, and she said the Republican Party told them to give folks a little bit of extra time. Normally, they lock the doors around 7:05, 7:10 at the latest, but they're still letting people in. One other fact, now this is a sample size of just one, right? We're only in one caucus site here, but normally they expect about 300 people to caucus in this gymnasium. They have just over 100 who have signed in tonight. So I think that question of whether the weather will have an impact is already being answered, at least in this one caucus site. One last fact about the school that we're in. There's actually two caucus sites in this school, one right down the hallway in the cafeteria, in addition to the folks behind us. So again, we're expecting to start right about now, but call that 17, 18 minutes late. And back to you, Libby.
You know, Rich, as we've been talking about this cold weather, we're all wondering how it's going to affect turnout. And the campaigns are also trying to figure out for themselves how it will affect turnout and maybe modify or give caveats to their expectations game. How is the extreme weather affecting things there?
You know, I mean, the ground game is certainly in play right now. If you can get your people out to the caucus sites, it's going to be a huge advantage. Just so you know, they are starting right now. So again, 17 minutes late here to give people time to navigate the roads, which are not, you know, completely clear. We were actually kind of surprised when we pulled into this caucus site that we did get off the main roads and they were still snowy and icy. So again, you know, here we've talked to some of the voters, several who are caucusing for the first time. We've talked to people who voted for Trump in the past and are undecided right now. And we'll just see. But the bottom line, Libby, that weather, there's no way that it can't have an impact. It's just a question of whether it has an equal impact or whether the rural areas are affected even more because folks have to drive farther, or if the urban areas, people don't come out. The other big thing, you know, and we just mentioned this, is that Donald Trump is worried that he will have some apathy from his supporters because he does have this huge lead in the polls. If his folks say, hey, my guy's going to win anyway, and don't turn out, that could spell disaster for him.
Rich Matthews reporting from us live in Ankeny, which is near Des Moines. Let's go to a totally different part of the state. Just like Rich was saying, urban areas very different from rural Iowa. Jorge Ribas joins us now from Ida Grove High School up in northwestern Iowa. Jorge, what is happening there at the site you're at? And dare I ask you how cold it is there?
It's just a little bit cold, Libby. Yeah, we're here in Ida Grove High School, which is in Ida County. It's a really small county. There's probably about 7,000 people total in this county. And Ida Grove itself is just a population of 2,000 people. And we're here in the auditorium of the high school. We're in the cafeteria. We were just in the auditorium where their caucus goers are there. They're starting to make speeches, which is why we came out here. We didn't want to interrupt their speeches that they're giving for the candidates. We'll be back in there a little bit later to talk to some people who are here on site. Now, we talked to the chairperson here, and she mentioned that in 2016, which was much milder temperatures, they had about 600 people show up. And now there were more candidates then. There's less candidates this year. But there's only about 250 people in the room. And she mentioned to us that, right, I mean, this is the only site for people to go to in all of the county. For some people, they had to drive 45 minutes, half an hour on roads that are pretty icy. We drove here from Sioux City, and the roads on the interstate were pretty good, but once you get off the interstate, there's snowdrifts drifting on. The roads definitely get more perilous, and like was mentioned earlier on the show, there's a lot of seniors that live here. It may be tough for people who are vulnerable to get out in this cold, and you're seeing it tonight. There's just far less people than there were in 2016. Now, this is also one of the more conservative counties in Iowa. This county was one that Trump actually edged out Ted Cruz in 2016, barely. Ted Cruz obviously won the Iowa caucus that year. And then in 2020, Trump got about 75, 79% of the vote here in the general election. It's a very conservative county, very rural. But that doesn't mean that candidates like Haley and DeSantis are forgetting the rural counties. They've both been crisscrossing the state. They've been going to places like this. DeSantis was here not too far this morning talking to voters. So they've not given up on the rural counties. They have to win those voters if they have any chance to beat Trump tonight.
You know, Jorge, what are you hearing from people who live in rural Iowa in terms of their enthusiasm to get out and caucus tonight? And what was it like there in the auditorium, just in the other part of the high school where you were a few moments ago, in terms of enthusiasm and interest?
I mean, there were people there that definitely, like, they've driven in the dark. They've driven through roads that were perilous, and they're still here. And I talked to people all over the state who were planning to come, people that were at the events. Now, the people that were at the events, they were already at the events. They've already ventured out. But, you know, I asked several people if they had friends or neighbors who were a little more hesitant to go out in conditions like this. And there are definitely people that told me that, you know, they'd offered rides to people that were scared to drive in this kind of condition, that they were trying to do some kind of ride shares and things like that to get people to come out. But just the fact that there's less people here than there were in 2016 shows that that these conditions are affecting, and they will affect turnout across the state tonight.
Jorge Ribas in Ida Grove, Iowa. We'll check in with you a little later, Jorge. Joining us now is Hannah Knowles, national politics reporter covering campaigns, and she is live at Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' election night event in West Des Moines. Hannah, let's talk about the mood and feeling of the DeSantis operation in the last few days. What has the energy been like, and what does that say about the candidate's strength?
It's been a tough time for Ron DeSantis. It's really been a tough whole year for DeSantis, and in the latest poll of the Iowa caucus, he actually slipped behind Nikki Haley in the state, which is where he's bet all of his resources. And so, in many ways, things are not looking good for him. But there were some silver linings in that poll. His supporters seem more enthusiastic than Nikki Haley's. And so his people on the ground are really holding out that this organization they built in Iowa that they are so proud of will pull them ahead in the end, and that those months of door knocking and field work will pay off tonight.
Can you describe how DeSantis has been running his campaign, Hannah? We just heard from Jorge about how he's been all over the state. DeSantis is proud that he's hit every county. But get us into more of the nitty-gritty of the operation, the campaign versus the super PAC, and what the man himself has been doing.
The strategy is really, he's just kind of, they talk a lot about trying to outwork the other candidates. They know that Trump has this massive advantage in terms of earned media and just being able to command attention constantly. And so DeSantis has just been kind of trying to do every media hit he can, go to every town he can. He has just a really packed slate of events. At the same time, they've outsourced basically their entire field operation to a super PAC, which is this outside group that can take unlimited donations. And it's sort of a novel strategy that they hyped up at the beginning, and it really backfired spectacularly because there's just been infighting and people kind of sniping at each other, and there are these two groups that are running the campaign, and they're not legally allowed to coordinate with each other on a lot of things. And so, it's just, it did not work out the way that they had hoped.
We're talking to Hannah Knowles, who is at the DeSantis event in West Des Moines. We've been looking at images, though, of caucus sites around the state of Iowa. Hannah, DeSantis did manage to score a big endorsement from Bob Vander Plaats, the influential evangelical leader. Did that make an impact?
Not in the polling. I would argue the bigger endorsement in Iowa is Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds. The fact that she went out on a limb for DeSantis, especially when he was way down to Trump, is really remarkable because she had pledged to stay neutral earlier. Iowa governors are usually neutral. But, clearly she was just very alienated by Trump, who had attacked her, and she developed this close relationship with DeSantis. And so I think they had hoped that that would be one of their game changers, but it really hasn't made a difference in the polling either. And so it just feels like, he's done kind of everything you can to do well in Iowa, and it still hasn't been enough.
What is the expectation of Ron DeSantis and his team, Hannah? What would be success? What would be failure?
I think that his supporters agree that coming in third in this state would be, it's hard to imagine how they go on from that, although they haven't, publicly acknowledged that. They want like a strong second, I think, is what they're realistically hoping for right now. They're hoping that they can outperform the polls based on the strength of that turnout organization that they have, and they need to create some distance between them and Nikki Haley to show that they're still in the running to be Trump's challenger.
Hannah Knowles reporting for us live from Iowa. Thanks so much, Hannah. James Hohman, let's talk about what we've been watching on the screens there, these Iowa caucus sites. We have been talking with Rhonda about how it's different in that we don't have that same energy level, Rhonda and James, of the Democrats, because the Democrats can go across the room. It's very animated. It's very involved. But we are seeing activity, action, drama playing out here at those caucus sites, James.
Yeah, absolutely. And technically you're supposed to be in the door at 7 p.m. Central Time in order to be able to vote. It does seem, because of the weather, like they're letting some people in. The networks, including the Washington Post, pay to conduct these entrance polls where they interview a statistically random sampling of people as they come in to vote. And we're starting to get some sense of just how conservative this electorate is. Not necessarily the top line number, but there were 3 data points that really jumped out as I've been looking at the entrance poll results that are starting to come across the transom. 70% of caucus goers say they made their decision on who to support before the past month. So they're pretty locked in. 40% said their top issue was immigration. 65% said they do not think Joe Biden legitimately won the 2020 election, despite no evidence that that's the case. And 58% of Iowa caucus goers favor a national total ban on abortion. That tells you just how conservative this electorate is. One of the other things that we asked was what quality mattered the most as you were picking someone to caucus for tonight. 40% said the most important thing was someone who shares my values. 34% said someone who fights for people like me. Only 12% said temperament, like a good temperament, and 11% said someone who can win. Electability, temperament, those issues don't matter the way that they have in the past. It is a reflection of how the Republican Party has really transformed since the last time there were competitive caucuses 8 years ago. It's a very different it's very conservative, different kind of collection of voters, different set of concerns.
J.M. Rieger, what do those numbers tell you about these candidates' prospects for tonight?
Yeah, I think it's notable that, the 2 issues that we saw that are kind of, if you will, kind of the red meat issues for, Republican voters are economy and border. We heard candidates talking about that repeatedly, and something that Trump has talked about over and over and over again is how he had, quote unquote, the greatest economy ever. That plays right into things that, Republican caucus goers, want to hear about is what you're going to do about the economy, what you're going to do about the southern border. And one thing that we saw come up in that debate last week between Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis is sort of immigration as a wedge issue, if you will, almost sort of like how far to the right can you go? And of course, conventional political wisdom, if you will tell you at some point you have to pivot back to the general electorate. So, we'll see how that sort of plays out and how, what that means for candidates tonight. But we heard, the main candidates in Iowa talking about those issues that we're seeing showing up in this entrance poll.
Rhonda, the entrance poll is so interesting because it does give a reflection of what's on voters as they go in, right, as they go into experience this moment. What are you watching tonight in terms of not just who wins, obviously, but what is driving people tonight?
Yeah, and the economy, that matches up to my own reporting. I heard that from caucus goers who plan to participate in their precinct today, saying that the economy was the #1 issue. So I don't think there's really a surprise there. You're also seeing that on the national landscape with the national electorate, that the economy is a big concern. But one thing that I am watching tonight specifically is the rural base in Iowa. Specifically, if Nikki Haley is doing as well as we saw in the Des Moines Register poll over the weekend, doing as well enough to come second, is she performing well in those rural areas too? Because then that will show her appeal to a broader base of the Republican Party. There are parts of Iowa, even though it isn't, the demographics don't match every state in the country, there are areas of Iowa that also match areas of Michigan, areas of Pennsylvania, Ohio, Wisconsin. These are areas that are also going to have to hear her message if she wants to be successful. So rural areas, I think, are playing sort of a big role tonight, and it is kind of ironic that those are also the areas we're watching because of the snow and ice storm there, and seeing if the residents there can turn out.
Thanks so much, Rhonda. Well, you are watching live coverage of the Iowa caucuses with The Washington Post. Stay with us.
The Washington Post newsroom delivers breaking events around the world as they happen. Unrivaled reporting from the journalists you've come to trust. To get the facts fast and meet the challenges of today head on. Get the news that matters most with a special offer by visiting WashingtonPost.com/watch. Subscribing unlocks instant access, bringing you the Post's award-winning coverage anytime, any place. Because democracy dies in darkness.
This is live coverage of the Iowa caucuses with The Washington Post. The caucusing process is now underway at more than 1,600 precincts across the state, including this one here in Des Moines. Well, former President Donald Trump has boasted a massive lead in the polls, but we're about to find out if that lead will survive first contact with 2024 voters. I'm Libby Casey here in the newsroom of The Washington Post. Let's go back to Jorge Ribas, who's in Ida Grove, Iowa. Jorge, both Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis have avoided making all-out attacks on former President Trump throughout their campaigns. Let's talk about the lines that they are trying to walk.
Right, Libby. So both of these candidates need Trump voters or people who voted for Trump in the past to win, to have a chance to at least do better than they expected, right? So they can't really, or they haven't really full-on attacked. And so you kind of see this like threading the needle that you see throughout. Nikki Haley, for example, during her speeches, talks a lot about how they need to move past Trump. They need a new generation of leaders. She says one thing where she talks about, she asked the audience to accept some hard truths. One of the hard truths, she says, is that Republicans have lost 7 out of the last 8 popular vote elections. And then really, like, her only jab kind of that she does, at least during her speech, towards President Trump is when she says it's time for the audience to listen to another hard truth.
I think President Trump was the right president at the right time. I agree with a lot of his policies. But rightly or wrongly, chaos follows him. You know I'm right. Chaos follows him. And we can't be a country in disarray and a world on fire and go through 4 more years of chaos. We won't survive it.
So, this line actually gets quite a bit of applause during her events. It's one of those things that she says, and she follows it up, or she says beforehand, that we can't defeat Democratic chaos with Republican chaos, the Republican chaos meaning Donald Trump, the Democratic chaos meaning President Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, which she says as well, which also generates quite a bit of applause. But that's kind of her way of sort of threading the needle, where she's saying, that she supported Trump at one point, but it's time to move on. DeSantis, from what I've seen at his events, kind of comes at it from a different tactic. He really talks about how he's in this for the people's issues. He points to the crowd. He says, your issues. He says that Nikki Haley is here for her donors' issues. And then he says that Donald Trump's in it for his own issues, referencing, whether it's his legal issues and things like that. He also has hit Trump quite hard on how Trump reacted during the COVID pandemic. He talks about how he would have fired Anthony Fauci, wouldn't have promoted him like Trump did. He talks about how he, in his state, in Florida, kept things open. He didn't follow mask mandates, and he kept the government running, he kept the businesses open, and really hits hard at Trump that way. He also mentioned today, we were at an event of his nearby in Sergeant Bluff, where he talked about how Trump hadn't been to any of the debates. And he said, who doesn't go to the debates? And that's something that he's hammered home quite a bit, that he's been on the ground, he's been here, and where is Donald Trump?
Thanks so much, Jorge. I'm going to cut you off there. Thanks so much, Jorge. I'm going to cut you off because we have a major race call coming tonight from our Election Insights team. We are now ready to call the race in Iowa. The Washington Post is projecting that former President Donald Trump will win Iowa's Republican caucus. The Hawkeye state has 40 delegates at stake, but more importantly, as the nation's first contest, it gives Trump 2024 momentum. Let's go to James Holman with the Election Insights team. James, what did the numbers show us?
The numbers show, Libby, that Donald Trump is accomplishing what he could not 8 years ago, pretty across-the-board victory in Iowa. We feel very comfortable based on the entrance polls projecting that Donald Trump is the winner in Iowa. He is doing well among most demographic groups, among the college-educated and non-college educated, among various age groups. But you should stay tuned for those who are watching at home, because the big question now is whether Trump is going to hit 50%. If he doesn't, that means a majority of Iowa caucus goers wanted someone else to be the nominee. Also, based on everything we're seeing in the entrance poll data that's coming in, there is a very close race for second place, and that the bragging rights of finishing second is going to have huge implications going into New Hampshire and beyond. But as expected, Donald Trump has won Iowa, and the first race of 2024 we can call.
Rhonda, it is that surreal moment where even as people are casting their votes right now in these rooms, right? We're watching right now the paper balloting process. They write down the name of the candidate they support. They're collected. They're going through the process. But the Washington Post is able to say that based on those exit polls, this is the outcome expected. Talk to us about how Donald Trump has done this.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, according to polling, and again, we must say, as journalists...
Excuse me, I'm sorry, entrance polls. Entrance polls.
Yes. But according to the polls that have been taken over the last 5 to 6 months of this race, Trump has maintained a pretty solid lead where he has been light years ahead of the other candidates. I talked to a pollster last week, a few days before the Des Moines Register poll came out. He runs his own poll at Iowa State, and he said through the last years, he has never seen a poll this remarkably stable, that the front runner has maintained a lead, either added to the lead, or at least maintained the same numbers ahead of everyone else. And that is not typical in polling, especially election polling where you're asking people who they're supporting. That often has ebbs and flows and shifts a bit, but over time, at least the last 5 months, Trump has had this hold. How it was explained to me is that a lot of the voters in Iowa feel he's an incumbent, basically, that he is a popular incumbent, even though he is not in the White House right now. They still see him as their president. They believe he delivered on issues, especially when it comes to Dobbs and overturning Roe versus Wade, and that's really enough to gain their support, this solid type of support. So this projection right now is not altogether a surprise. We somewhat saw this coming, but again, the next question is who comes in second?
And why does that matter so much?
It matters because those other two candidates who are basically running as the anti-Trump, the answer to all of the GOP's problems right now, they're going to need some bragging rights. So if they come in at least at 20%, 25%, they can take that message on a little longer. Usually also with the Iowa caucuses, what it does is when you have a candidate who has some momentum, you also see donors shift their way too. Right now, I don't know if that's the case because this is a bit unconventional. This is not like the past contests that we've covered before. But we have seen donors look at Haley, look at DeSantis in the early days, but they're more so looking at Haley right now. And you have to wonder, will that continue if she comes in second? Money is a big deal in elections, and this one is projected to be a very expensive primary race. So if Nikki Haley can come in second, she's going to be able to carry her message on for a few more months or a few more weeks.
Yeah, J.M. Rieger, let's go to you to talk about these expected results with Donald Trump taking Iowa.
Yeah, I mean, as James and Rhonda talked about, not really entirely unexpected here. What's going to be key here is the margin, how much he wins by, who finishes in second, and what share of the vote they get. Again, this comes back to kind of what we've been talking about throughout the show, which is Iowa is as much about momentum, positioning, expectation setting as anything else. And, you know, if you're Ron DeSantis and you're Nikki Haley right now, you kind of have two different goals, if you will. If you're DeSantis, you have put so much resources, so much time into Iowa. A third place finish, as our reporter Hannah Knowles on the ground there talked about just a moment ago, you know, potentially sinks the DeSantis campaign in some ways. And, you know, if you're Nikki Haley, you know, a second place finish is crucial to kind of give you that momentum going into New Hampshire, just 8 days away here. And, you know, if you're Trump, you almost want a DeSantis second place finish to continue to have two viable alternatives, if you will. Viable, maybe perhaps a bit generous there, but viable alternatives, you know, in the race, splitting the vote potentially. So a lot of different things at stake here for each candidate. And, you know, just one last thing on the expectation setting that, you know, we talked about a little earlier in the show, which is, you know, how Ron DeSantis, who has poured so much time, so much resources into this state, how he has sort of laid the groundwork for what his supporters should expect tonight. For months, he had said that he was going to win Iowa, and that changed about a month ago. And even recently, this past weekend, he's really started to embrace being, quote unquote, in his words, the underdog going into tonight. So, you know, as Rhonda was talking about, the share that DeSantis can get, that Nikki Haley can get, is really going to tell us a lot in terms of what the contours of this race, what things look like moving forward.
Thanks so much, JM. We were looking there at some caucus sites in Iowa. You saw there those Trump caucus chair hats that a couple of individuals were wearing. Trump has had a much more organized operation this time around as compared to 8 years ago. Let's go to Rich Matthews, who's at one of the counts happening in Ankeny, Iowa. So, Rich, describe to us what is happening there.
Man, really interesting. I'm going to be a little bit quiet because speeches are actually going on behind me right now. A Trump caucus chair is speaking. We heard from a Ron DeSantis supporter, a Vivek supporter, and also a Nikki Haley supporter already. But what I want to say happened that was just really interesting is, you know, we began with the Pledge of Allegiance and then a prayer where they specifically specifically prayed that they would vote for the right person tonight. Then after that, the chair of this caucusing site actually stood up twice and read a very clear, distinct warning. She said, if you're a Democrat who has registered as a Republican tonight just to vote in this straw poll, and you plan on going back to the Democratic Party and voting there, then you could be prosecuted. Now, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not up on law here in the state of Iowa, but the caucus chair read that to the entire crowd, and then again, a couple of minutes later, reiterated it to make sure that any Democrats who had come here to sign up tonight to participate in this straw poll, that they knew they could not go back to being a Democrat and vote again in the Democrat caucus. Now, the reason that she said that is Republicans here believe that one of the reasons the Democrats changed the way they caucus in Iowa was so that some Democrats could come to these caucuses and disrupt, that was the word she used, disrupt the straw poll. Libby?
Rich Matthews reporting for us live from one of those caucus sites. Let's go to Dan Baltz, chief correspondent who covers national politics. Dan, react to us tonight on this race call.
Well, it's really not any surprise. I mean, every poll ahead of this election has indicated that Donald Trump was going to win and win pretty easily. And I think that's what we're seeing. I mean, there aren't enough votes to really know what his margin is going to be like and what his ultimate percentage is going to be. So we have some ways to go before we have an understanding of that. And obviously, we don't know whether Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis will end up in second place, which is, the one competitive question that was on the table heading into the caucuses. But the fact that he has won is really not a surprise. Iowa's always been his state to win.
Dan, let's talk about what you've been seeing on the ground there as you've been reporting in this cold weather. You and Isaac had this great story about following a door knocker, going around talking to people. What was the mood of people who were so invested in a candidate that they would go door to door? And what was the mood of people answering those doors?
Well, I have to be honest, Isaac did the cold weather work. So he went out with the AFP folks on Friday. I mean, one thing he found was just a general level of surprise on the part of people at home that anybody was knocking on their door to try to get a sense of things. But I think that he found through, he was with Americans for Prosperity, who is a group related to the Charles Koch network, and they have endorsed Haley. And so in essence, they have become Haley's ground game out here. And so they were beginning to, they were in the final stretch of trying to get people to commit and to turn out tonight on a very, very cold night. And I think what they found was, a level of surprise, as I said, that anybody was knocking on their door. But in general, the kind of commitment you would expect from people who are prepared to go to caucus. I mean, when anybody I talked to who was at an event over the last few days, and frankly, there were far fewer of those events than there normally are because of the weather. Anybody who was at those, when you said, are you going to go to the caucuses on Monday, they were all very much affirmative in their response. And my sense is that if people were showing up for campaign rallies in this kind of weather, then they were prepared to tough it out tonight to get to their caucuses. The real question is people who weren't going to those rallies. The vast majority of people who attend the caucuses aren't going to be at the rallies over the final weekend. And I don't think we know yet at this point. I mean, just CNN has a reporter in Council Bluffs, and they have a huge turnout there. It's beyond what they had in terms of numbers of ballots. In other places, the turnout seems less than anticipated. So we'll have to, get this all washed out through the course of the evening, and then we'll have a better idea of what the turnout is. The estimation before all of the storms and the cold weather was that the turnout could be in the neighborhood of 200,000 or so. But we'll see whether it reaches that or maybe even goes beyond that. But that's the big unknown right now.
Yeah, Dan, our colleagues who are in Ida Grove and then one of the sites in Ankeny are saying there are lower numbers than what was anticipated. And so, of course, there'll be a question about just what that tells us about the weather, but also what people were motivated by coming into this, and if they felt like their candidate had a chance or maybe was a shoo-in. I want you, Dan, to give people a reason to stick with us tonight. Why does the race for second place matter so much?
Well, the question is there any way that Donald Trump can be stopped in his quest for the nomination? And frankly, the odds are low. I mean, I think we know that. We're not pretending that this is yet a truly competitive race. If Nikki Haley has a very good night here, then she has the capacity to go into New Hampshire, where the electorate fits her candidacy better than the Iowa constituency, because it's a more moderate state and independent voters play a much bigger role in New Hampshire than they do here in Iowa. One poll last week indicated that she was within single digits of Donald Trump in New Hampshire. So this sets up the possibility that she could be truly competitive in New Hampshire, maybe even pull off an upset, which we've often seen in New Hampshire. And then she would point to her home state of South Carolina. But I think the counter to that is she has to do well here. And I think she's in danger of ending up in third place rather than second place. I'm not predicting that, but I think that's a possibility. And the Iowa poll that came out over the weekend, which is done for the Des Moines Register and NBC News and Mediacom, which is done by Ann Seltzer, who's the best pollster in the state, Ann told me yesterday that there's enough inside that poll, even though Haley was in second place, to tell her that Haley might not end up in second place on caucus night. Now, if that's the case, that'll make her path in New Hampshire more difficult. So that's the big question tonight. What's the relative balance between the first place finisher, former President Trump, and the second place finisher, and who is the second place finisher, and what's the margin between the second and third place finishers? So there's reason to continue to pay attention, and those are the kinds of metrics to keep in mind as people are watching these results come in.
Yeah, Dan, you are not allowed to go home yet tonight. There is more work to be done. You know, I'm really glad you brought up your conversation with Ann Seltzer and that poll, because when you just looked at the basic numbers, it looked like good news for Nikki Haley. What was it about going deeper into the poll that gave pause? What were the details about passion of voters or level of commitment of voters and supporters to Nikki Haley compared to other candidates?
Yeah, the most significant sort of yellow light for Nikki Haley was the measure of enthusiasm for her candidacy. Enthusiasm for Donald Trump is, you know, a majority of his supporters say they are extremely enthusiastic about him. DeSantis, about a quarter of his supporters say they are extremely excited about his candidacy. For Nikki Haley, 9%. And Ann told the Register that in her estimation, that was almost a jaw-dropping number when she looked at it. Another number was basically the level of commitment that people had to turn out in bad weather, and her supporters and DeSantis supporters were at a lower level than Trump supporters. She is dependent much more on independent voters, independents who lean Republican, than on true Republicans. Trump leads with every group here in that poll, but his lead is smaller among independents. Well, how many independents really will turn out, and will she get them? And then, frankly, the other question, which we've been talking about here among our reporters, is whether she has the kind of organization that can take advantage of the reality that she's kind of the candidate opposed to Trump who seems to have the most momentum or the most interest on the campaign trail. DeSantis's organization, which was created and nurtured by his super PAC, has seemed to be a more stable and deeper organization than Haley. She just has not spent the time being able to organize the state. And on caucus night, knowing who your supporters are and making sure they show up is a critical part. So the question is, if her supporters are far less enthusiastic about her candidacy, and she does not have an organization that can overcome that, then the risk for her is that she ends up in third place. But again, you know, we're now in the point where we're going to get the votes and we'll know for sure what the answers to those questions are.
Thank you so much, Dan Baltz, for joining us tonight. Let's go now back to Ida Grove, where Jorge Ribas is getting voters' reaction to the race being called for former President Trump. Jorge?
Yeah, Libby. So as you see behind me, the cafeteria behind me is filled up with people breaking off into precincts. They were all in the auditorium before. They're breaking off. They're meeting in precincts and they're voting. So they haven't even actually cast a vote yet. So hearing some of this coming in, these people here are still voting. I mean, we're in the northwest part of the state, so much rural county, smaller percentage of voters. And I'm here with Mark Leonard. Mark, we were talking earlier. You said you were here to caucus to vote for DeSantis. So I'm wondering if, you know, hearing this news that the race has been called for Trump, what's your reaction to it? What are you thinking right now as you're here listening to this?
Frankly, I think we could have called this race for President Trump last week already. As I mentioned when I presented on behalf of Governor DeSantis, is that I know most of these people here. I fully expect this county to be a majority Trump county. I think the state will be. I do think that President Trump is likely to be the party nominee. But I also know he can only serve another 4 terms, or another 4 years. And everything that he did accomplish has generally been overturned in the last 3 years. He has to start over again, and he only has 4 years available for him to do it. That's part of the reason I really am hoping that Governor DeSantis can catch a little bigger spark and maybe move on up the ladder.
Yeah, I mean, second place here in Iowa still matters, especially if you outperform expectations. Are you disappointed to hear this, or you think that that people will still rally for DeSantis and that he can go into New Hampshire with some momentum coming here out of Iowa?
Well, like you noted, we haven't counted our votes here in this county yet, so I don't know how it's going to come out. But yeah, I would like to see Governor DeSantis eventually end up with the party's nomination. The truth is, I'm an analyst. I like to study spreadsheets and data. It looks to me like President Trump will be the party nominee, though.
What do you think needs to be done by the governor to kind of convince more voters? I mean, obviously this was, like you said, you think they could have called this a week ago, but there's a lot of race still to run. There's still a long primary season. What do you think he needs to do to generate that kind of excitement, to appeal to voters that voted for Trump last year or last term?
Last two times, in fact.
Okay.
Most of us have voted for him in 2016 and 2020 also. To switch off of that, I mean, frankly, there is a real strong sentiment of if the left wants President Trump out of the race so badly, maybe that's a good reason for us to want to keep him in the race also. He had a great and successful presidency. I sincerely believe that and mean that. But I am interested in somebody who can run an 8-year stint instead of only a 4. We've only ever had this happen one other time in our country's history, and that was Grover Cleveland.
That's right, yeah. We were just talking about that earlier.
Yeah. And his first term was, for his time and for the philosophy of his party at the time, it was a reasonably successful term. He skipped 4 years, he came back, and it was a disaster, his second round.
Let me ask you, just to wrap this up, Governor DeSantis, talked about his ground game here in Iowa. He visited all 99 counties. He was here everywhere. And Trump wasn't here as much. I mean, do you think that ultimately matters to be here, for Iowans to be here, to listen to people in different parts of the state?
Oh, absolutely. And in any other cycle, it would have made all the difference in the world. President Trump has never been a day since 2015 that he has not been in the news, and he's been on people's mind constantly. Whether they got to see him in person or not, he has forever been on their minds. I don't know that Governor DeSantis could have run a better campaign here. He did it right for Iowa, and normally it would have propelled him right to the very top and to have been a winner, just like Senator Santorum back in 2012. I mean, that was how he did it, and it worked against all odds, but it worked for him here. For DeSantis, that would have worked too with anybody in the race except President Trump.
Do you think, and my last question to you, do you think it's November, and let's say Trump has won the nomination, do you think that people who were maybe tired, like you mentioned, because I've had a few people tell me that, they were concerned that Trump can only be in office 4 more years, that there's time for a change, that that some of what the baggage that he brings, the chaos that he brings. Do you think that there's people that are thinking that now, but come November, like yourself, will turn around and vote for the president?
I'll happily vote for President Trump, and I think almost every Republican will. I'm not worried about Iowa. This will be a state that the Republicans get the electoral votes from. I'm worried about states like Pennsylvania or Michigan or Arizona, where nearly 50% of the people have already said, I plan to vote next November, and I will never vote for President Trump.
All right,
and
Mark.
that is a problem for me, because we have to hope those people have low turnouts, and we have to hope that we have really high turnouts among all the rest, and we have to hope that nobody's cheating.
Well, thanks, Mark. Thanks for your time.
You bet.
Libby, back to you.
Thanks so much, Jorge Ribas, there in Ida Grove. Really appreciate that. It's so helpful to get the insight. And we are learning more about what was on Iowans' minds tonight as they headed into the caucusing gatherings throughout the state. James, let's go to you to hear more about what specific issues were resonating with Iowans tonight.
Yeah, Libby, I mean, it was really interesting looking at the numbers as they're starting to come in. We've seen about 31 precincts. We're really studying the data closely. The 2016 map actually is quite instructive. Essentially, Donald Trump is getting all the votes he got 8 years ago, and he's getting Ted Cruz's votes. And Nikki Haley is essentially on track to perform equivalent to Marco Rubio from 8 years ago. Trump is doing well among almost every single demographic. For example, he got 49% according to preliminary entrance polls among both men and women. The biggest dividing line in Republican politics, according to the entrance polls, are what we're seeing among education and class. In 2016, Trump similarly fared best among people with high school or less. Rubio performed best with people who are college graduates. In 2024, we are seeing, this is entrance polls tonight, among people who didn't graduate from college, Trump is getting 65% of the vote. Among college graduates, Trump is getting 35% of the vote. That's still more than Nikki Haley, who's getting 29% among college grads, and DeSantis. And you can see Haley's only getting 11% among people who have some college. This is a major dividing line, but this is also more than enough for Trump to be able to win Iowa and, if he keeps these numbers up, win the Republican nomination. The other really fascinating group it's always important in Iowa is evangelicals. And if we have some numbers coming in still, but fascinating. 51% of voters today identify as born-again white evangelical Christians. Donald Trump is winning 53% of them. Among the other 49% who don't identify that way, Trump is still winning that group. He's winning 46%. But this is where the fight for second place gets really interesting, because DeSantis is a very strong second among born-again evangelicals. He's getting pretty much closer to Trump. And then Haley is a strong second among non-evangelicals. So this has been the dividing line in Iowa politics for a long time. It was in 2016, and that is very much the case tonight.
Thanks so much, James. Well, you're watching live coverage from the Washington Post as we keep learning more about the caucus results coming in from all across snowy Iowa. Stay with us.
The Washington Post newsroom delivers breaking events around the world as they happen. Unrivaled reporting from the journalists you've come to trust. To get the facts fast and meet the challenges of today head on. Get the news that matters most with a special offer by visiting WashingtonPost.com/watch. Subscribing unlocks instant access, bringing you the Post's award-winning coverage anytime, any place. Because democracy dies in darkness.
I'm sick of Republicans losing. In Florida, I showed how it's done. We want a historic victory.
Look at the polls. It shows I crush Biden. We don't just win the presidency. We're going to win governor's races. We're going to win Congress.
And I do think it's going to take somebody from the outside and somebody from the next generation to get this job done.
In 2016, I declared, I am your voice. Today I add, I am your warrior. I am your justice. I am your retribution.
This is live coverage of the Iowa caucuses from the Washington Post. The Associated Press has called Iowa for former President Donald Trump. That call was made just over 30 minutes after caucusing began across the state, but the drama is not over yet because there is a fierce fight for second. Candidates made their final arguments to Iowans throughout the day today. A number of events had to be canceled this weekend because of tough, cold weather. I'm Libby Casey. I'm in the newsroom of the Washington Post, and I'm joined by Rhonda Colvin as we have that image there of Donald Trump's event in Des Moines. We've also been watching great footage from the caucus sites around the state, which are still going on, even though the front runner has been declared. Donald Trump has been called the winner in Iowa by the Associated Press. there is still caucusing going on. And so the Democratic process is still taking place. This information was based on entrance polls of people going in. Rhonda, talk to us about the ground games of the candidates and how they differed. Let's start with Ron DeSantis.
Ron DeSantis had a strategy this cycle where it was all in on Iowa. He relocated staff there, spent a lot of money there. You hear him on the campaign trail in these last few days talking about how he's been to all 99 counties. He talks about his family coming in and talking about the football games with folks over the fall. This is something that a lot of political observers have been watching. Is an Iowa first strategy going to work for DeSantis? And we're seeing that perhaps it may not. I mean, of course, we're still waiting for who's going to come in second. But when you think about how much he put into his ground game versus Trump, who came in to the state intermittently. He did not come to some of the tentpole events that usually happen with the evangelical community there. He came to, a few football games. He kind of just swung through instead of had a strategy there. That is in certain contrast to how DeSantis presented himself there. So you really have to wonder, what does this all mean? What I have heard is that DeSantis, being someone who is so closely connected to Trump, his career is in a large part, because of President Trump endorsing him back when he first ran for Florida's governor. And they have been pretty tight until now. And so do voters see him as sort of this Trump light, that he's not that distant, that even though he just now is saying some critical things against Trump, if that's enough? You have to wonder if people are wondering if he's being genuine with them right now. So I think once we get the margins of who's second, who's third, and we can kind of read those tea leaves of how people felt about Ron DeSantis, that might be important. But overall, he probably had the strongest ground game out of the three that we're talking about tonight. He also had the endorsement of Kim Reynolds, the governor of Iowa, which in the beginning she said she was not going to endorse a candidate, but we saw her travel with DeSantis across the state. She gave him her blessing. So he's had a lot of support there, but voters aren't exactly seeing him in that same lens.
All right. Joining us now is Rachel Payne-Caulfield, political science professor at Drake University, who leads their Iowa Caucus project and is also the author of the book, The Iowa Caucus. Rachel, it's so good to get to talk with you tonight. Let's talk about your experience tonight. What have you been doing?
Well, I've done a lot today. I started an event with Nikki Haley and then had a meeting at a Drake Diner, a local restaurant, with Asa Hutchinson showed up. And then this evening I observed a caucus location. 5 precincts were meeting here at a middle school in Des Moines, Iowa. Nikki Haley came to speak at that specific location, as did Donald Trump Jr. So I had to leave before the votes were actually cast, but it's always great to see Iowans come out on caucus night.
I'd love to hear from you how this race has stood out to you compared to past Republican presidential races in Iowa, especially when it comes to the influential evangelical voters. How is that community talking to you? How are members of that community talking to you about the candidates?
Well, the evangelical vote in Iowa, of course, in Republican politics is incredibly important. One of the interesting things that we're seeing in 2024 is perhaps a split in the voting of evangelicals in Iowa. Most notably, so many evangelical Iowans, particularly in rural areas, have been really enthusiastic about Donald Trump's candidacy. They were enthusiastic about his presidency. But then, of course, one of the leaders of one of the largest Christian conservative organizations here in Iowa, his name is Bob Vanderplaats, he endorsed Ron DeSantis. And so you're seeing leadership of the evangelical community perhaps divide on this issue. And that may show up in results tonight, but it could also tell us something. I mean, Donald Trump has been an anomaly in every way during the entirety of his political career. And it may simply be unique to Donald Trump's candidacy.
I'm curious about how the media focus impacts the process, because there is such a big media footprint there. We're all hungry for information. We're watching this process take place right there, even in Des Moines, seeing a caucus site. How does that impact the process itself?
I have to say, for anyone who has spent a caucus night in Iowa, Des Moines, Iowa in particular, it just becomes it is a crazy locus of activity. Every major media outlet is, of course, here. It's not just U.S. media outlets, it's people from all over the world who are convening in Iowa right now to cover the results. Iowans become very self-conscious about the process. Most of them very proud of the process, happy to talk about their decision-making and their experiences with the candidates. But one of the funny things that starts to happen, in addition to media, we have a lot of political tourists who come into Iowa in the final days. And so, sometimes the media goes to an event and they're trying to find an Iowan to talk to, and that's not always easy. So sometimes you'll go to these events and you'll see media just going around and saying, "Are you an Iowan?" And people say, "Nope, I'm here from California or Colorado or Georgia or wherever else." So Iowans, I think many of us, we've spent months and months and months getting to know these candidates. In the final days, we're obviously doing last looks, making up our final decision for caucus night. But we largely stay out of the hullabaloo of those final, crazy busy events, particularly on a very cold weekend where lines can be out the door. So we're not going to risk our lives to go see candidates again, but it certainly is fun to see that media footprint and know that we are really at the center of American politics and world politics tonight.
And Rachel, can you give us the Iowan perspective, defend the caucus and Iowa's status as first in the nation? I know you're a professor, but there's a lot of questions about whether or not this makes sense. The middle of January, frigid temperatures, events canceled, and only 40 delegates at stake. Why does Iowa matter?
Yeah, Iowa, it's not a convenient place to start, for sure. But there are a lot of things about Iowa that I think are unique and special. A caucus process, a lot of people are confused by the caucus process. A caucus is just a party meeting. It's an opportunity for people who affiliate with a political party to come together in a single space at a single time. And while they do, for Republicans this year, right, they do cast their presidential preference vote, they also talk about the party's platform and they elect delegates. So they choose the leadership of the party going forward. It's an opportunity for those who are deeply invested in the future of the party to really sit down together and make some of those decisions. And I think there are very few places in American politics where we do that. So I think it's incredibly important in that sense. I would also know Iowa is a pretty small state. It's a pretty inexpensive state. We don't have a major media market. So candidates who don't have a huge amount of name recognition or deep pockets at the beginning of a campaign have been able to really gain a foothold in Iowa simply by doing it the Iowa way, by engaging in retail campaigning, person-to-person events where they shake hands and take questions. And I understand why, it's a small group of people. Demographically, Iowa's not very representative of the country. In certain ways, Iowa is fairly ideologically representative of the country right now. And I would also add that I think, in a political environment where the rural-urban divide has become so important, Iowa has that rural-urban divide, and there's a wide range of interests that are present in Iowa. So all in all, I think the process certainly has served us well over the years, but I would also add, I understand why people get frustrated by the fact that Iowa's front of the line. I always say, just because it can't happen everywhere doesn't mean that it shouldn't happen somewhere. There should be some place where candidates actually have to engage in person-to-person campaigning. They have to hear from real people. They have to take real questions. I think that's incredibly important to the political environment.
Rachel Payne-Caulfield from Drake University, thank you so much. Let's go now to a caucus site in Ankeny where Rich Matthews is talking to people and getting the read of the room. Rich.
Libby, we have more than the read of the room. We have the results from our caucus site already in, and I will give you a little bit of a tease here that there is a surprise. However, it's not at the top. Donald Trump won here with 68 votes in this room. Ron DeSantis finished second with 30. Nikki Haley had 25. The surprise, Vivek Ramaswamy with 22 votes in this caucus site. Now, again, just a sample size of one. So, no idea how he's doing in the rest of this area. But 22 votes here, very respectable. Now, I want to talk to a voter. Deb, if you'd come on over here. Very interesting. You're what we call a unicorn in the business because you're a true undecided voter when you arrived here tonight. You've now voted, or at least in the straw poll. Do you mind telling me first just who you voted for and why?
I ended up voting for Nikki Haley. And part of it was because as we walked in, I saw some friends that I've known for 40 years, and they were wearing Nikki Haley shirts. And in my mind, DeSantis and Haley were pretty similar in their views. I had read a lot of different views. The paper's been running on different issues, and I really didn't know. I did feel like DeSantis is a little more divisive. Like when he talks, he's against everything here, and there isn't much middle ground with him, and I think that's what's dividing our nation.
So let me talk about the other guy, Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Will you support him if he becomes the nominee, and why or why not?
I don't really like Donald Trump, but I can't vote for Democrats anymore, even though I was raised Democrat, because abortion has become their keystone thing, and I can't go with that. And so I'm hoping that Joe Manchin will run, and I would vote for him. I would actually campaign for him.
Tell me, what were the most important issues to you, your friends? What are you dealing with here in Iowa, and just what were your voting issues?
You mean this
time?
Okay. Well, I'm really worried about the economy because I have 3 kids and a grandson, and I'm worried what's going to happen to all of them. And then all the wars that are going on, the divisiveness. I just feel like we just need to get back to the key issues. I realize we have to help take care of each other, but there are a lot of other ways that we could do that, and we're just spending ourselves to death.
Thank you, Deb. I appreciate it, and thanks for being here. I will say that a lot of the voters who are not voting for Trump have told us the same thing, that they are kind of tired of that divisiveness. They're tired of that back and forth, that it's us against them. And that has certainly led to some votes for Haley and DeSantis and Vivek Ramaswamy as well. Libby?
Thank you so much, Rich Matthews. Rhonda, let's reflect a little bit about what Rich is hearing from voters there.
Right. The voter he just spoke to, she illustrates the things that I've also heard from Iowa voters as well. They don't like the divisiveness from Trump. They are trying to find an alternative. I thought it was interesting, too, because she said she walked in, ready to vote for someone, and then people she knew for 40 years had shirts for Haley, and that's where her vote went. That shows you that caucuses are very communal. They are a community-based event. They are also run by the party, not the state elections board or the state of Iowa. So that is a distinction between what's happening tonight and what will happen next week in New Hampshire and beyond in the primary calendar. But the one thing that stood out to me, too, is she said abortion was an issue for her, and that she apparently does not believes that the Dobbs decision was correct and does not want to vote for a candidate that is for abortion. That is a galvanizing issue in Iowa right now. And when I spoke to a pollster last week and asked him, how is Trump getting the evangelical vote when he has not gone to many evangelical events? He did not get the endorsement of one of the main kingmakers in Iowa who is with the evangelical community. And in 2016, Ted Cruz won the evangelical vote. Trump did not. And you would assume that it's the same pool of voters voting tonight. And the pollsters said, you don't have to be a part of a group for the group to like you. And he said a lot of Iowans, they're not saying that Trump is a moral compass for them, that he upholds the values that they believe in their religion, but it is abortion that has galvanized them to continue to follow him. So I think as we continue on covering this election cycle, we're seeing that issue not diminish at all on both sides. We're seeing on the left side that is also galvanizing a lot of people, especially independent voters, and we're also seeing people like the voter we just heard from say that that's an important issue for her too. So it's not going away.
Yeah, Rhonda, I want to just talk a little bit about that community vibe and also what we were seeing in the room. Earlier we were seeing the hats of the Trump caucus captains and people with the Vivek paraphernalia on, people with the Ron DeSantis hat on. Talk to us about how it's important to have the community members stand up and be able, or people come into town to say, hey, this is the guy you should vote for, this is the woman you should vote for, and here's why. Talk to us about that process tonight.
It has a lot of influence, and I think a lot of people who may not have witnessed this before with the caucuses or understand it completely, it may seem a little quirky because most people, all day go into their polling site on election day and vote, and it's a private process. But what I've been hearing from Iowans is that they truly love and respect this system. Two people I talked to last week who told me, just like the voter we just heard from, that they were going in with a clear mind. They didn't know who they were going to vote for, but they wanted to be around community members that they have known for years. They wanted to, talk it out with them, be in the presence of them. And while this system is a secret ballot, the voters or the caucus goers tonight are getting a piece of paper and writing down their candidate, it is still a community-based effort, and it's something that people really enjoy. They may be living in communities that they have lived in all of their life. The people sitting next to them are people that they trust. So you see how much influence this process has, which is why it also makes it so interesting that this process goes first and oftentimes does influence the next contest.
James, let's go to you for this issue that Rhonda was talking about the evangelical vote and the track record and history there of how they have broken for candidates who have frankly not usually gone on to win the Republican nomination.
That's right. Ted Cruz in 2016, Rick Santorum in 2012, Mike Huckabee in 2008. Not a great track record. Interestingly, Trump has really made deep inroads with evangelicals since 2016. Remember how he was viewed by that community back then, thrice married, Manhattanite. And part of it is his record on abortion as president. He took credit last week for the overturning of Roe v. Wade, noting that he had appointed 3 of the Supreme Court justices who made that happen. And the interesting entrance poll data shows that this question of abortion that Rhonda was just talking about, really a stark dividing line, but Trump is winning among Republicans who favor a national ban on abortion and those who oppose it. He actually has a bigger margin among those who favor the ban, even though Trump himself has declined to support a national 6-week ban. He criticized Ron DeSantis' 6-week ban in Florida. Kim Reynolds, the governor of Iowa, who supports DeSantis, signed a similar ban that's caught up in the courts. But the real dividing line here in this race for second place we're watching is DeSantis is in second place among those who favor banning abortion, whereas Nikki Haley is getting 38% among those who oppose banning abortion. She said she'd sign a 6-week ban if she was still governor of South Carolina, but has said it won't come up at the federal level because they'll never get 60 votes. But for Haley's purposes, only 35% oppose banning abortion in Iowa. These numbers are going to flip next week in New Hampshire, almost inversely. And a majority of New Hampshire Republicans describe themselves as pro-choice. So what's working for DeSantis in Iowa will work for Haley in New Hampshire. It's interesting watching DeSantis campaign in Iowa. He talks about abortion all the time. I watched him campaign in New Hampshire. He didn't mention abortion once in his stump speech. These entrance polls help explain why.
James, I do want to point out, though, even though Haley is looking good on those numbers, 38% of those who oppose abortion, who is winning more of the don't ban abortion vote? Look at that last number you showed there. Right, Donald Trump is, yeah. Okay. Joining us now from Des Moines, Ashley Parker, senior national political correspondent. Ashley, what do you make of Trump's victory being called so early?
Well, on the one hand, it was, even his rivals would have told you, privately, it was a foregone conclusion just about, barring something cataclysmic, that Donald Trump was going to win the Iowa caucuses. So the fact of it is not that surprising. I will say the fact of how early it was called, including, I was here watching and I saw TV calling it, but then I was surprised when the Associated Press, which is sort of the gold standard of those calls, also called it before some people had even entered their caucus sites to vote. You have the Ron DeSantis people furious, saying this is the media that is famously in the tank for Donald Trump, rigging it in his favor. But it does sort of create confusion, and then there are concerns that it can depress voter turnout for people who say, why bother? Trump's already won it. So I think this is a controversial call, at least, that we will, or at least some of the campaigns that did not get first, will be talking about for a couple of days.
Yeah, for sure. Ashley, let's talk about the race for second and the expectations that have been set by DeSantis and Haley.
So, Ron DeSantis pretty clearly said he would finish first in Iowa. He certainly had higher expectations of a strong performance here going into Iowa, so that's, of course, a challenge for him. Now, Haley, of course, kind of slowly but steadily, that's been her MO even when she first ran for governor in 2010, has been coming from behind. And in the much-anticipated Des Moines Register poll on Saturday night, she was in second place, so the expectations rose for her a bit. But DeSantis is still in the tougher spot where a stronger showing is far more important for him. Sort of barring anything short of second, it will be hard for DeSantis to articulate a compelling reason to continue on. He may still continue on, but that's when he is really going to get a ton of pressure from his donors to drop out. Haley, even if she finishes third in Iowa, and again, it depends where third, right? Is it virtually tied with DeSantis? Is it a few points behind? Is it very far behind? Whatever the opposite of define is. I'm so tired. I apologize. Her own high expectations, that's different. But she can still continue on to New Hampshire, which is a state where she's expected to do particularly well. The independent, undeclared voters there are a group where she performs best. And then right after that, that third state is her home state, South Carolina. So barring a dismal showing here, she will continue on to New Hampshire, she will continue on to South Carolina, and she can make a plausible case to her donors, to the operatives, to the voters as to why this makes sense for her.
Ashley, you may be tired, but you and our team in Iowa are crushing it. Stay with us for one more minute. I just want to bring J.M. Rieger into the mix. J.M., Ron DeSantis started this race with so much money. Talk to us about how he chose to spend it and how it may have backfired on him.
Yeah, I mean, we heard at the debate last week, at one point there was an interesting exchange where Nikki Haley kind of tore into Ron DeSantis for a good chunk of time over how he has run his campaign, the infighting, and how his campaign, kind of as she characterized it, as bled money, if you will. And her point was, if he can't effectively run a campaign, how would he be president, essentially? When it comes to Iowa, as we've talked about throughout the night here, DeSantis has poured everything that he has into Iowa, if you will. So, not only does DeSantis need a good showing, but then he kind of needs to essentially, if he does have a good showing here tonight in Iowa, he then needs to sort of rally those resources, kind of up the fundraising push again into these next few states, because there's a real possibility here, Libby, that, depending on where, Trump finishes here, and James was talking earlier about that kind of 50% mark, if Trump kind of wipes the floor here tonight in Iowa, there's a chance that this thing could be wrapped even before we get to Super Tuesday. So, you're talking about Ron DeSantis and the resources. Yeah, I mean, he's put so much into Iowa. There's a lot on the line for him and his campaign tonight.
Let's go back to Ashley Parker for one more question. Ashley, you dug into Nikki Haley's history and her political past, focusing on her run for governor of South Carolina back in 2010. She was so underestimated. She came from behind. Does her team hope to see parallels here?
I hope to. They do see parallels here. It depends on, of course, if these parallels will be borne out. But it was a fascinating reporting experience to go back and spend a week or two digging into that 2010 race, where she herself said she went from Nikki who to Nikki wow. And just the surface parallels are pretty striking. She was, at the time, she was sort of the lowest in the polls when that race got started. the only woman, the only Indian American in the race against 3 white guys, sort of good old boys in the South Carolina Republican primary. And she slowly but steadily, fueled on the strength of very strong debate performances, captured voters' attention and began rising in the polls to the point where she did not quite hit the 50% margin in a runoff. She needed to end it there, but she came within about 1 point. And it's worth noting also, while this was happening in South Carolina, she was battling a series of sexist and racist attacks, some of which certainly not to the magnitude of which happened during that 2010 race, which felt like it really did remind people why South Carolina has a reputation for deeply dirty politics. But she's getting some, slightly sexist, certainly some racist attacks now. She's the only woman still on stage. So there are a lot of parallels, but of course the parallel that her team most wants to see, and the only one that matters, is if she is able to go from Nikki Who to Nikki Wow and finish first.
Ashley Parker reporting from Iowa. Thanks so much, Ashley. We saw Rhonda there, that T-shirt that Nikki Haley wore a lot. Underestimate me, that'll be fun. And that's something that you've seen a lot on the campaign trail as she's doing that messaging that Ashley's talking about. I want you to set up New Hampshire for us, because even though we are not done with Iowa yet, we have a lot more to wring out of it. New Hampshire is just 1 week away, and Ashley has reminded us that that is a place that Nikki Haley hopes to do very well.
She hopes to do well. Some of the polls suggest she will do well, better perhaps than Iowa. And it is likely due to the share of independent voters there, or unaffiliated. Those are folks who do not want to sign on with either party. They are not registered as a Democrat or a Republican. And in New Hampshire, day of, you can register to vote in one of the primaries for each party, or one party. You got to pick one. But you can be an unaffiliated voter and do that day of. So that's another reason why New Hampshire is going to be a state to really watch, to see if the early polling showing that it might be favorable to Governor Haley. It's just going to be such an important state because it also leads into South Carolina, as Ashley and our other colleagues have also discussed. There's a lot of momentum that can happen going on. You also go into Nevada. That also is a state with high unaffiliated numbers of voters who choose to vote based on whatever they believe about the candidate, not their party. And one interesting thing about New Hampshire, the largest share of voters are unaffiliated. So that's another reason we're not going to be able to quite see which way things are going to go until that night. It's really going to be exciting for those who like to stay up and watch all of this because of the presence of unaffiliated voters.
Well, you're watching live coverage of the Iowa caucuses from the Washington Post. An Associated Press race call has already happened. That's for former President Donald Trump. But the race is on for second, which could determine the next steps for the campaigns. Our live coverage continues after this.
The Washington Post newsroom delivers breaking events around the world as they happen. Unrivaled reporting from the journalists you've come to trust. To get the facts fast and meet the challenges of today head on. Get the news that matters most with a special offer by visiting WashingtonPost.com/watch. Subscribing unlocks instant access, bringing you the Post's award-winning coverage anytime, any place. Because democracy dies in darkness.
You're watching live coverage of the Iowa caucuses with the Washington Post. The Associated Press has called Iowa for former President Donald Trump. And you saw those images there of bitter storms that interrupted candidate events over the past few days, but it didn't slow down Donald Trump's momentum. Good evening, I'm Libby Casey, and I'm in the newsroom of the Washington Post. Let's head back to Iowa and Jorge Ribas, who's on the ground in Ida Grove in the northwestern part of the state as caucusing there wraps up. What's the latest, Jorge?
How are you, Libby? So here, actually, we just got the numbers that came in. So Trump won in this county. He got 132 votes here, and coming in second place was Nikki Haley with 55. They're actually announcing it behind me, so I'm not going to talk too loud over the person who's talking. but Haley came in second place here, and DeSantis came in third with 41 votes. So while Trump did win here easily, and this is a very conservative county, he won handily in the 2020 election, 75% of the vote here, and barely eked out against Ted Cruz in 2016. He did win easily here, but it's worth noting that Nikki Haley did quite well in second place. I'm joined with Ann Peterson, and you are a resident here, right? Where you don't live too far away from here.
Yeah, I'm in this county.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
How long did it take you to drive here tonight?
It took me about 45 minutes to get here.
Okay.
Through drifts of snow and 20 below weather. Yeah. But we came. And I brought some friends.
And you said you weren't worried about driving here, but you're a little bit worried about getting home.
Getting home.
Yeah.
The wind's starting to drift.
Okay. So you're wearing a lot of Vivek buttons. Is that who you were voting for?
I am a precinct chairman for Vivek Ramaswamy, so my duty was to make a speech for him tonight and try to sway last-minute decisions and then make sure I got the totals right to make sure everybody was doing it right.
How do you feel about his performance tonight here?
I think he did really well. I think he's going to surprise people. I think the media was saying he didn't have a chance, and really I thought that was pretty surprising.
So he came in fourth.
He came in fourth, but it's, Trump, we knew Trump was going to win.
Right.
So I say in rural Ida County, it's Trump country.
Yeah.
But in other parts where the younger people are voting, where in the bigger cities, you got Iowa City, you get Ames, I'll bet you Vivek does better.
Are you surprised you're not surprised that Trump won here, but are you surprised at how well Nikki Haley did here? Because she did second place.
Nikki Haley did all right here. Yeah. For as much time as she spent here, I would have thought she'd done better. Yeah. Trump didn't spend much time here. Yeah. These voters are Trump voters from way back. They're going to vote for Trump no matter what. Nikki Haley spent a lot of time here. So I'm surprised hers wasn't bigger.
And what about DeSantis coming in third? What do you think?
That doesn't surprise me. I don't feel a lot of energy for DeSantis in this county. Now, that doesn't mean he's not going to do well in other parts of the state. This county is Trump.
So let me ask you, okay, so you voted for Trump, you said in the last general election.
I did.
And you said that you had friends here who were voting for Trump. Did you try to convince or sway anybody over to...
Yeah, that's my job tonight, yeah. So
were you successful?
I did.
Yep.
There were like 6 people that said after they heard my speech, they switched to Vivek.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
And what did you tell them? What was your selling point as people who like Trump and voted for Trump?
So I say yes. Vivek has some of the same policies as Trump, but he's more electable. That if we end up with Biden and Trump again, Biden will win because every Democrat and most independents and even some Republicans will refuse to vote for Trump the second time. My own family members are saying they won't vote for Trump the second time. And so that's a vote for Biden if they stay home. And then we get Biden for 4 more years, and he can hardly walk and talk at the same time.
So are you concerned then?
Yes, I'm concerned.
About, because he won here.
He might win Iowa.
Yeah, that's what they're calling.
He might win Iowa, yeah.
Iowa. So, and if he goes on against the nomination when it's him versus Biden, are you concerned about people like yourself or friends of yours that, are going to hold
Yes, there's a lot of people who won't go out and vote for Trump. So when you stay home because you're not going to vote for Trump, you're voting for Biden.
Yeah.
People don't get that. I tried telling them that tonight. They don't understand.
Yeah.
So 4 years from now, when the country is falling to pieces.
So, what do you think? What's next then for your candidate? Where does he go? Because we have New Hampshire coming up, and then South Carolina. Where does he? What can he do to get more support? What do you think?
Like I said, I think he appeals to the younger voter. That's the best we can do. I brought some younger voters here tonight. They voted for Vivek.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking around the room.
There were some young kids.
There was some young kids,
and that's unusual.
It is, yeah.
Oh yeah, these were first time voters, first time caucusers.
Yeah. All right. Well, so you have a long drive back home.
I
so
do.
Drive safe.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Libby, back to you.
Thank you so much to both of you. Let's go to James Homan. James, we are getting some results in, not many yet. What's going on?
Yeah, Libby, we have 37 precincts in out of 1,657. That's about 2% of votes reporting. Now, the caucuses gathered an hour and a half ago. In some of the bigger caucuses, a lot of people are voting. They're writing down a name on a piece of paper and counting them. There are speeches either from the candidates or their supporters. The numbers that we've gotten in early are from the rural areas where there are fewer votes. Ultimately, this is not an election that is run by the state, the Secretary of State. This is an election that's run by the party, and ultimately, caucuses are run by volunteers. Iowa, does not have a great track record the last 3 elections at counting returns quickly or counting them correctly. It's not just the Democratic meltdown from 4 years ago that we all remember, or in 2016 when it was unclear whether Hillary Clinton or Bernie Sanders had actually gotten more votes because they just allocated the delegates. In 2012, the Iowa Republican Party announced that Mitt Romney had won the caucuses by 8 votes, and then a few days later announced that actually Rick Santorum had won by 34 votes. So the Iowa Republican Party very, very nervous about putting out incorrect information. And the result is that they're being extra cautious. They've taken lots of steps where when a local precinct person at each caucus site puts in the numbers, they type them in manually in 2 different locations. The numbers have to match. And then someone at state party headquarters looks at the numbers that have come in and sees if they're sort of consistent with how many people you'd expect to be in that precinct, sort of generally in line with historical trends before putting them out there for public consumption. The result is that very little real raw data has come out. Now, that may prompt viewers to ask why the Associated Press and Edison Research called the race for Trump. That's based on the entrance polls, which showed an overwhelming advantage for Trump. There is a lot of frustration among DeSantis supporters that the race was called for Trump while people were still waiting to caucus at a lot of caucus sites. They were getting the push alerts on their phone before the numbers were reported in. The DeSantis campaign even going so far in a press release as to call it election interference. Ultimately, we're still very confident that Donald Trump is going to win Iowa, but we don't have a lot of the raw data yet to really sink our teeth into with county by county, precinct by precinct returns.
James, stay with us. Rhonda, I want to go to you for more on the DeSantis reaction here to the race being called by the Associated Press so early.
Yeah, we received that statement that from his camp that they were saying that the media was a part of this, that it is election interference. That is what they say. That's directly from them, as James said. They seem upset. They seem upset that it only took 35 minutes for that projected declaration to happen for Trump. This kind of matches the fervent behavior we've seen from DeSantis' side. He knows how much he has put into Iowa. He knows he got all the correct endorsements. He was there the right amount of time. He was handshaking and door knocking, and that still has not worked yet for him. So this is something that we are seeing that his camp is not exactly happy about right now, that there is this projection for Donald Trump. And we've also seen him say that about the media in the last few days. He said that about Fox, that they are in Trump's camp, which is something very critical for DeSantis to say. So we are seeing sort of the strain here from the other candidates who are also waiting for the election results for their side as well. So you are seeing that frustration.
Jam, talk to us more about endorsements and how the endorsements have influenced the race, or perhaps maybe not influenced it as much as some of the candidates would have hoped. Where have they come from? Who have they gone to? And has it mattered?
Yeah, I mean, so in terms of who is kind of dominating the endorsements, the answer, shocker to our viewers, is Donald Trump. Nikki Haley has picked up a couple key endorsements. Ron DeSantis has picked up some endorsements. In DeSantis' case, it was Governor Kim Reynolds in Iowa, and there was reporting by us, down the stretch here of DeSantis leaning a little into the Kim Reynolds kind of Operation Ground Game in addition to his own. Nikki Haley has the endorsement of Governor Chris Sununu in New Hampshire and is kind of hoping to leverage that. But, the overwhelming number of endorsements are with Donald Trump, especially among congressional Republicans. Donald Trump has more than 7 Republican House member endorsements. That compares to a combined 6 for Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis. Trump also has nearly half of the entire Republican Senate conference endorsing him already at this point. And those endorsements all came in before the Associated Press made the call in Iowa tonight. That shows our viewers, how much this momentum has really already gotten behind Trump. Now, these senators, House members, governors could all, move their endorsements. Some already have. You had some congressional Republicans who initially endorsed a different candidate in this Republican primary until that candidate dropped out. Often it was their home state governor or senator who was running, and then once they dropped out, those Republicans in some cases moved over and endorsed other candidates. But, you know, it points to kind of the overwhelming nature, if you will, of kind of the momentum behind Donald Trump. And, you know, again, gets to this notion that it's not simply what's showing up in the polls, it's the endorsements, which maybe are an additional reflection of the polls. And it's also the fundraising, which we've sort of touched on a little bit here tonight.
Rhonda, like Marco Rubio weighed in. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, Marco Rubio, who of course was very critical of Trump when he ran against him last time. But
has endorsed Trump.
Right, yeah. Has endorsed Trump and did it over the weekend as well. You've had the number 3 Republican in the Senate, John Barrasso, also has endorsed Trump. So there is a little bit of momentum. I'm not sure what we can read about it just yet, because this is somewhat like it was when Trump first ran for president. You have national Republicans just not sure what to say about him, and certainly now in a post-Jan 6 world, some senators are just not going to get behind him. Some House Republicans aren't going to get behind them, especially those who are in districts where Biden flipped their district, and they're looking at a re-election campaign as well. But I do see this as a point of contention among national Republicans. Do they just fall behind the polling, fall behind any primary results that say Trump won that state and endorse him, or do they try to put as much weight as they possibly can behind Haley or DeSantis or Ramaswamy? I'm not sure how this is going to go, but it is no surprise that Trump has 111 House GOP members. That also shows you that they very much are in line with him, which is probably a lot of the reason we have seen so much contention, and we're seeing it play out this week, right, when we have a government shutdown deadline on Friday, where we're wondering if the hardliners are going to get in between Speaker Johnson's deal with the Senate Republicans. So Trump has loomed heavily over the hill since he has left Washington, and it appears that it is not going to stop. But I really am, as a Capitol Hill reporter, if I put that hat on right now, I am really looking at your McConnells, your Thunes, folks who have been recently very critical of Trump. How do they stand on this as Trump, if he does have any momentum after tonight?
Well, let's go to James Hohman. James, we were just talking a few minutes ago that the results were slow to come in, but now I'm hearing we've had a deluge. Tell us more.
Yeah, right as I was talking about how cautious and careful. I did manifest. It's like getting up when you're waiting for your food at a restaurant. 600 precincts just dropped. We now have 36% of votes reporting, and it is a sea of Trump red. Trump at 52%. You can see, and this is consistent with our modeling based on what's coming in, DeSantis, Nikki Haley in a dead heat. Right now, again, way too close to call, but Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis essentially tied for second, but a distant second behind Trump. And the places that are coming in are very similar to where Trump did best in 2016. You can't see it on this map, but Interstate 35 runs about here, Interstate 35 runs about here through Des Moines. Interstate 80 runs through here. Trump did best in 2016 sort of east and south, east of Interstate 35, south of Interstate 80, and that is true now. We're still waiting to see some of these Northwest counties. We want their numbers to come in. That is where Ted Cruz did best 8 years ago. It's where Ron DeSantis is really counting on strong numbers to be able to claim second place. We're also still waiting for numbers to drop in Polk County, which is the state's most populous. So far, not enough to call it, just 14%. But you can see that Nikki Haley's doing well here. This is Ankeny, where one of our correspondents is in the field. Trump being held to 40%, but we're expecting big vote drops in these counties around Des Moines soon. So far, though, 36% in, Donald Trump has a, right now, majority.
All right, James, thank you so much. Let's pivot now to Manchester, New Hampshire. That will be next up on the political calendar. We'll go now to Maeve Reston, national politics reporter who's covering the 2024 race and looking at what's ahead. Maeve, how closely are people in New Hampshire watching Iowa?
They're watching very closely, but that does not mean historically that the results in Iowa will actually mean that much in New Hampshire. As you guys know, Iowa is much more conservative, evangelical in terms of who turns out at the caucuses. And New Hampshire is much more secular. Their voters are highly engaged. And what's going to be really different here in New Hampshire also is just that the electorate itself is not just going to be GOP voters who are casting a ballot next Tuesday, but also the state's undeclared voters who can take a ballot in either the Democratic contest or the Republican contest. And because there's so little action happening on the Democratic side this year because the Democratic Party decided to jump ahead to South Carolina as their first primary, all the action's on the GOP side. And so it's really going to be a contest here between Trump and Haley to see where a lot of those independent voters end up, and a much tighter contest.
And Nikki Haley has put a lot of her chips on New Hampshire. So describe her ground game for us and tell us about who she's connecting with.
So it's been really interesting. I was out door knocking with Americans for Prosperity Action on Friday, shadowing their door knockers. That, of course, is the flagship political group of the Koch network. And their endorsement late last year came in and gave Nikki Haley this entire ground operation from very targeted data of voters to actual canvassers and phone bankers who could call voters on her behalf. So that super PAC is doing a lot of work. And then, of course, there are just the Haley campaign volunteers. I met a lot of them over the weekend, actually, while then door knocking with some of them and New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu. And a lot of them were just so inspired to get involved in this race because they want to do anything that they can to stop Trump from getting the nomination. So these are some of them conservative Republicans, but they say they're just tired of the chaos, or they think that Haley will have a better chance of beating Joe Biden in November. And so those are a lot of the people that are out working for her in this state, with 8 days to go now, or close to 7.
What are you hearing about the impact of Chris Christie's decision to drop out of the race?
So I was actually at his event when he dropped out last week, and so I got a chance to talk to a lot of his supporters there about what they were thinking of doing. A lot of them that night were saying they were still decided. These are just like diehard anti-Trump voters who really believed in his argument and the way that he was criticizing Trump, and felt that Haley and DeSantis have not gone far enough in calling out Trump's conduct and his the various aspects of his presidency that they were offended by. But the truth about Chris Christie's voters is that there were about, I would say, he was around 10% here or in the low teens, and nearly all of them, pollsters were telling me here, had an unfavorable opinion of Donald Trump. So everyone here is saying, certainly none of those voters are going to go over to Trump, but a lot of them were looking at Haley. Some of them were talking to me about like the No Labels movement and, feeling very uncomfortable about what they would do in November. But a lot of them really had reservations about Haley that night that they've now sort of gotten over. But it'll be interesting to see what happens with there. But most of his support is going to go to Haley.
Thanks so much, Maeve Rest, and I look forward to talking with you next week in New Hampshire. Let's go now to Jorge Ribas, who's in Ida Grove, where they just wrapped up the caucus. Jorge, take it away.
Yeah, Libby, so you see behind me, it's totally empty. Everyone's gone home because it's icy and it's cold out and people need to get home. And I'm joined here with Teresa Paulsrud. She's the GOP chairwoman for here in Ida Grove County, right? Or Ida County.
Ida County.
Ida County. And Teresa, tell me about what tonight was like compared to other caucuses that you've been at or that you've run.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, tonight we were told to prepare for 600. Like 2016, they expected it to be very similar. The when I say they, it's RPI. Mm-hmm. And so we did, but we had a total tonight of 258 people, which is good, really good, because many years it's 50, 60, a lot of people just
So there's still some of that carryover enthusiasm has come over, but do you think it got people kept home? Why do you think people didn't come? I mean, do you think it was just slow weather conditions, or do you think there was other factors in play as well?
Well, keep in mind that in 16, the Trump, was new.
Okay.
It was new. And there was a fever pitch for him. And he did draw people who had never voted, never caucused, never been involved in politics at all. And he got a lot of those people out. So we did have like 600 people in 2016, blew us all away. But I think some of now, I hear a lot of, I voted for him twice, but I'm not doing it again.
Interesting. Okay. So people that you're friends with, like
family members, friends. Now, obviously, he won.
Right. So are there any surprises? He won tonight, and going through the numbers here, he won with 132 votes. DeSantis came in with 41. Nikki Haley came in with 55, and Vivek with 24. Are you surprised by any of these numbers at all?
I'm glad to see Haley and DeSantis, I think, very much in the running, doable. I mean, I'd like to see their numbers growing from here on, but I'm not really saying who I caucused for tonight.
Right.
But I do think there is an element of the frustration of all the drama. Trump do a good job in the first 4 years? Yeah. The speaker for DeSantis made a good point about he would only have one term if he gets in, but he did a lot in one term, even being assaulted every minute of it. So it's hard to say.
Let me ask you, you mentioned this before when we were talking, that it's a privilege to do this, to do this caucus, and for Iowa to have this moment. Can you talk a little bit about that? Like, what does this mean for Iowa? Because there is criticism that, well, I get to go first and all this. But
I know.
Tell me, but what it means as an Iowan to have the privilege of doing this and being first.
Well, we take it really seriously, and we fight for our first in the nation status, and have maintained it all this time. But not just that, but many, many years ago, my father-in-law and my husband and I were driving on a snowy night to a caucus, and I'll never forget him saying, I didn't grow up in a politically active family, but my husband did, and my father-in-law said, this isn't just a responsibility, this is a privilege. And we were plowing through snow to get to the caucus, and that was new to me. And I just feel really passionately about this is what every soldier fights and some die for, is the right to not just freedom of religion or whatever, which is great, but freedom to be involved in grassroots politics. I just told my Sunday school class that I'm in last week, I said, when I hear people say, I hate politics, I say to them, put government in place of that. Do you hate government? This is how we staff our government. And it's ordained by God, really. He created the family and government. So, yeah, I just think it's a privilege to be a part of.
Well, thanks so much, Teresa. I think they're going to kick us out of here
All
soon,
right.
maybe. So we're going to go back to you in Washington.
All right.
Thanks so much.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, thank you. Safe driving to both of you. Rhonda, let's talk a little bit about that faith in the electorate, that faith in the democratic process, and in Iowans as well that we heard from her, and contrast that with us with some of the words of warning and negativity we've heard from the candidates about rigged elections and Trump sort of down talking how legitimate the various electoral processes are.
Right. You're seeing that divisive and combative part of our politics right now really wear on voters. And you could see it in Jorge's interview that she's trying to figure this all out too. I've heard that from voters as well. I've been hearing it really a lot since the midterm elections, where people just from both parties that I've interviewed say they are just tired. They're tired of it. They could be a Trump supporter, but they're still tired of some of his divisive language. They could be a Biden supporter or a Democrat, and they're tired at the way both parties are handling each other. So this is really an interesting time right now in our politics. And the one thing you are seeing, just like that lady right there telling her Sunday school class about their responsibility as citizens, is that the last 10 years or so, it has engaged a lot of people who were able to have the luxury of saying, I don't care about politics, I don't care about government. I mean, I even know that from being on the Hill and going over hearings and telling people and getting, emails from viewers who are saying, thank you for explaining that because we didn't know that's how a hearing worked. It seems like people are becoming more engaged and more in tune with their politics, but at the same time, they're grappling with this divisiveness that is really making for a lot of fatigue. And we're probably going to see, especially in this cycle, as we get toward the conventions and whatever plays out by then, how people are going to handle it this year in particular. They know Trump. There is no surprises with him. He was in for 4 years. I think one of the voters said that since 2015, we have not had a day where we haven't heard of Trump. So people are going to be more aware of what their decision means this time. So it is interesting to observe, but it's also, concerning as an American to see a lot of the divisiveness and what that is doing to our electorate and their decision making.
JM, something else we've heard from voters tonight who went out to caucus was a question of electability, and some of the critiques we did hear of Donald Trump from some of those voters who were supporting other candidates or raising questions was electability. Maybe he can win Iowa, hands down, in the general election, but what about other states like Pennsylvania, Virginia, Michigan? Talk to us about electability.
Yeah, and forgive me, I'm going to refer to my notes to make sure I get these numbers right for our viewers, but these are the preliminary entrance poll numbers here. 31% of caucus goers said in terms of which of the 4 candidate qualities mattered most to them in deciding who to support today. One was fight for people like me. One option was share my values. One was can defeat Biden, and one was having the right temperament. 31% said they wanted someone who would fight for people like them. 41% said they wanted a candidate who shared their values. Only 14% of caucus goers tonight were looking for a candidate that could defeat Joe Biden in the general election. I think this is just really striking here, Libby, because one thing that we heard over and over and over again in the 2020 Democratic primary process was which candidate would be most electable, which candidate would have the best chance of defeating Donald Trump in the general election that year. And, we're fast forward 4 years later here, just under, and at least here tonight in Iowa, that is not necessarily top of mind for caucus goers here. Now, maybe that changes in, a state like New Hampshire, just over a week away here, but we're talking about what issues are maybe were front and center for Democrats just 4 years ago and how that has changed this time around. And, I think it's really interesting. And the last thing I'll note here for our viewers, Libby, is that you go down through the entrance poll results there in terms of fights for people like me, shares my values, can defeat Joe Biden. Trump has won each of those by significant margins in each case. The closest one was share my values. Only won 10% of voters who were looking for a candidate with the right temperament, but that was only important to 12% of caucus goers tonight, according to the preliminary entrance poll results.
Thank you so much, JM, for that context and for breaking that down for us. You're watching live coverage of the Iowa caucuses from the Washington Post. Stay with us.
The Washington Post newsroom delivers breaking events around the world as they happen. Unrivaled reporting from the journalists you've come to trust. To get the facts fast and meet the challenges of today head on. Get the news that matters most with a special offer by visiting WashingtonPost.com/watch. Subscribing unlocks instant access, bringing you the Post's award-winning coverage anytime, any place. because democracy dies in darkness.
I'm sick of Republicans losing. In Florida, I showed how it's done. We want a historic victory.
Look at the polls. It shows I crush Biden. We don't just win the presidency. We're going to win governor's races. We're going to win Congress.
And I do think it's going to take somebody from the outside and somebody from the next generation to get this job done.
In 2016, I declared, I am your voice. Today, I add, I am your warrior. I am your justice. I am your retribution.
This is live coverage of the Iowa caucus with the Washington Post. The Associated Press has called Iowa for former President Donald Trump. And we are seeing a tight race for second, which could have ramifications on just who makes it out of Iowa and goes on to New Hampshire. Results across the state are still coming in, and we're starting to get a picture of just what happened tonight. And stay tuned for speeches from the candidates. I'm Libby Casey here in the newsroom. Let's go to James Homan with the latest. James?
Yeah, Libby, we now have 38% of the votes in. We're still waiting on big drops from the Des Moines suburbs, where Nikki Haley should be strong, and northwestern Iowa, where Ron DeSantis should be strong. Right now, it's neck and neck. Our modeling suggests that it's going to be very, very close for second, but Donald Trump above that critical 50% threshold. There's one county I want to show you that the numbers have come in for. It's Clark County, not a big county, in fact, very small. But it happens to be the home of both Joni Ernst, Iowa's Republican senator, and Governor Kim Reynolds, who has a strong approval rating in the state and really went all in for Ron DeSantis. She offered a critical endorsement. She stumped with him dozens of times around the state. This is her home county. This is where she started her political career as the elected county treasurer. Donald Trump winning 63% of the vote. Again, not that many votes, but it is telling that even though sort of the local Iowa establishment came in for DeSantis, Trump still carrying this area. A lot of it is a testament to his strength in rural areas, but right now, with a lot of votes still to be counted, there's not a single county where Trump looks like he's going to lose. Trump is prevailing in the populous area of Cedar Rapids. He's doing better than he did a few years ago. And in Iowa City, which is Johnson County, it's where the University of Iowa is. It has the highest percentage of college-educated voters in the state. This is the kind of place where Republicans who oppose Trump you'd think would be strong. Trump, he's kept under 37%. And Nikki Haley's at 34%, but Trump winning Johnson County with a plurality of the vote. If you asked operatives earlier today, what is the county most likely to not go for Trump, they would have said Johnson County. Here, 88% in, Trump winning with 37%.
Thanks so much, James Homan. Let's bring in national political reporter Isaac Arnsdorf, who's live at a caucus site in Clive, Iowa, where Donald Trump spoke tonight. Isaac, what's been Trump's message to voters?
Well, they're just reading off the results from the last precinct now. We had, in addition to Trump speaking here, we also had an appearance from Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy and even Asa Hutchinson. And there was Congressman Chip Roy speaking on behalf of Ron DeSantis. Trump gave a very subdued, kind of abbreviated version of his typical stump speech. He mentioned the election, the 2020 election, multiple times, which prompted calls from the audience saying that it was rigged or that he really did win. And other than that, he returned to the theme of immigration that he's also made very core to his message, particularly here in Iowa.
So we're talking to Isaac, who's joining us from Clive. The image you're seeing right now is Trump's event in Des Moines. We are watching to see the candidate come on stage. Isaac, talk to us about Trump's footprint and presence in Iowa. You know, he's been there so much less than the other candidates. He's chosen to go to court when he didn't have to instead of going to Iowa. Has that affected support?
Well, I mean, we'll see what the margin is. You know, even when he was here, this weekend. He couldn't leave the hotel for a lot of it, and part of that was the weather. They canceled several in-person events and converted them to tele-rallies, but he went to a nice lunch in the middle of the day and was calling some supporters. But, he just, even when he was here, he was certainly not showing the kind of hustle that the other candidates were, who were, doing multiple events every day, trying to shake loose whatever votes they could.
One theme that did come up when Trump spoke to voters in person, his one in-person event in Indianola, if I do my days right, I think it was Saturday. The days are running together, Isaac. He talked about loyalty, and he criticized his opponents with this issue of loyalty, which comes up a lot for Trump. How has he been attacking his opponents, and who has he been going after the most?
Well, throughout the campaign, he's been much more focused on DeSantis, and that just changed really in the past week or two as Haley has started to climb in the polls, that he's been attacking them equally or even emphasizing Haley more. But he does tie it together with this theme of loyalty, and I hear that from his supporters also. The idea that DeSantis, he sort of made DeSantis' career with his endorsement for governor of Florida, and that Haley obviously served in his administration and had told him that she wouldn't run against him before she did, and also taking it out on the Republican governor of Iowa, who departed from the tradition of neutrality to endorse DeSantis, and Trump has been lashing out at her at almost every opportunity.
Isaac, you were doing some door knocking this weekend in the cold. Dan Baltz gave you total credit for that. Talk to us about what you heard from people who were opening the door in advance of the caucus.
Well, I was interested in, I heard you talking about the entrance poll while I was waiting to come on here, with only 14% saying that electability was the thing that they were looking for, because I was out with Americans for Prosperity, which is the Koch network group that was backing Nikki Haley, and that was the core to their appeal was this electability. They're emphasizing the hypothetical matchups between Haley and Biden, showing Haley winning by a lot more, and their whole case. And you heard it from Haley tonight as well, when she was talking about we can't have this drama, we can't have this chaos, and everyone understands that she's talking about Trump. And she mentioned those polling matchups with Biden as well. And so I was surprised given how much the campaigns, both DeSantis and Haley and their outside group supporting them, they've all been pushing this electability message so strong. And so it's pretty fascinating to see that the electorate was not taking it at all.
Isaac Arnsdorf, thank you so much. That really is fascinating, Rhonda. And if that's part of Nikki Haley's appeal, that may be a problem for her in Iowa if, as we saw from those initial entrance poll results, it just wasn't top of voters' minds. Talk to us about the evangelical vote in Iowa and how essential it is to win evangelicals to win here.
Evangelicals make up a lot of Iowa's electorate, and they also turn out, which, as we know, in a caucus situation, you need that because it is an in-person contest. Usually, in past years, at past election cycles, you have folks who are kingmakers in the evangelical community who can give their blessing to the candidate, and that candidate usually will do well. But we are seeing a little bit of a fracture right now, and I know we had a professor on earlier who talked a little bit about that even though the evangelical leaders are placing their blessing on DeSantis, have also not invited Trump to some of the early forums that they held a few months back. That's not really translating to what we're seeing with the evangelical vote on the ground at the caucus level. And what I'm hearing from a pollster that I talked to is that it was the Dobbs decision. It was abortion, that a lot of the evangelical voters in Iowa see that as really the supreme thing that Donald Trump did. He said he was going to put more judges on the Supreme Court that would overturn Roe. It happened, and they see that as a really critical issue for them and why they are turning out to vote. So that's another layer of why this election cycle is so unconventional, is because you would think someone like Donald Trump, who may not represent a lot of the tenets of the evangelical base, they still support him. And that pollster did tell me you don't have to be a part of a group for that group to like you. They have just believed he's delivered. They also believe that the cases against him, the trials that we're waiting to start, they believe that that is a political weapon against him. And many of them, too, the pollsters said, still believe that Biden did not win. So think about that as the mindset of the folks who are voting tonight, and you'll see that that's possibly the reason why Donald Trump had such a big lead and maintained that lead over several months.
Let's go back to James Hohmann for more on the latest results out of Iowa. James?
Yeah, Libby, we just got a batch of numbers in from Hancock County here in the north central part of the state. I've been watching Hancock closely at his I've seen it as the barometer to get a gauge of the rural vote. Donald Trump getting 69% of the vote in Hancock County. Why is that significant? Because in 2016, it was one of Trump's worst counties in the state. He only got 19% of the vote here. Ted Cruz got 45%. What we're seeing across the state is that Donald Trump is essentially getting his vote total from 2016 plus Ted Cruz's vote total, and that's putting him statewide over the 50% threshold. Hancock County is really interesting because grain elevators are the tallest structures on the horizon. 1 in 5 adults in the county over 25 have a college degree. It's 1 in 3 statewide. It's 4 in 10 nationally. The other thing that's really interesting about Hancock is that the Vivek Ramaswamy campaign had predicted that they would do very well here. He campaigned a lot in this county, and he made he opposed an unpopular pipeline related to carbon capture, and you can see he's not doing very well at all. Vivek Ramaswamy under 7.5%. It is a reflection of the fact that he really didn't take off even in areas where he spent a lot of time. The Republican chairman in Hancock County was quoted over the weekend telling a reporter that if you like Coke, you're going to keep drinking Coke. You may taste other sodas, but you're going to come back to Coke. And he said Donald Trump is Coca-Cola. Tonight, you're seeing that in Hancock County.
Thanks so much, James. Joining me now is Steve Scheffler, president of the Iowa Faith and Freedom Coalition, a conservative political nonprofit. And Steve is joining us live from Western Hills Elementary School in West Des Moines after participating in his local caucus. How did it go?
Well, I actually led the caucus. We had close to 100 people here. So it was a great process, and we were done within about an hour. So it was a great event.
Tell us about the results where you are.
It was Trump 34, DeSantis 27, 24 Nikki, 5 Vivek, and I think 2 Ryan Binkley. I think that's everything, I think.
It's been such an unusual race, Steve, with this strong projected frontrunner in Donald Trump. And of course, he delivered tonight looking at the Associated Press projection. What's your reaction?
I mean, it's not really surprising because Donald Trump has delivered on his promises. When he first ran 8 years ago, he was kind of suspect by evangelicals and conservatives because of his past track record in supporting Democrats and giving them money. But then when he promised to put people on the court that had been vetted by a list put together by the Heritage Foundation, and after he put Mike Pence on the ticket, I think those were reassurances. And then, of course, he did a lot of things that Republican presidents haven't done in the past. Moving the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, delivering on court nominees, getting tough on the border, cutting down regulations. I think a lot of promises Republican presidents have passed made those promises, but then they basically didn't follow through. So that's why he's popular, and that's why a lot of these people are not going to go anywhere else.
Steve, what issues came up as you've been talking to your fellow Iowans in the past months? Talk to us about things like abortion and other issues, the economy. What's on people's minds? I know you just ran through a list of things you believe Trump delivered on, but what do people want to see next?
Well, I think 2 of the big issues that are with evangelicals beyond the life issue is the border. I mean, they're very concerned about that. And I think some polling that I've seen, that 39% of Iowans, that was their top issue tonight. And then beyond that, I think the weaponization of the federal government, whether it be the Justice Department or the IRS or the FBI. And the other one is, taking him off the ballot. You got Maine, the Secretary of State made the decision. She's not even elected by the people of Maine. She's appointed by the Democrat state legislature. So I think people are very concerned about where we're going. And then the other one is religious liberty. Right here in Iowa a few years ago, a couple just west of Des Moines here had a facility. They allowed people to be married in the sanctuary of this old church that they bought. And then there were two people of the same sex that wanted to get married there. And they said, based on our religious principles, we can't do that. Well, they found a caveat in the Iowa Civil Rights Law and basically took these people and sued them, and they lost everything they had. So my point is, a lot of people are concerned that if the Democrats have a complete trifecta in Washington, D.C., that religious liberty could very well be on the chopping block.
I want to turn to the weather and what that did for turnout tonight. How were your numbers in comparison to what you thought you'd see tonight?
Well, in my particular precinct, I think we were down maybe a fourth or something, but we had a robust turnout. We had a full room, so it was down a little bit. But you're dealing with 30, 35, 40 degrees below wind chill. You're going to have a few issues, especially people in rural areas. But people have understood this process. They've been dinged by the candidates again and again to attend the caucuses, telling them how the process works. And so a lot of those people, we're not going to let them keep them away. Now, if we'd had a blinding snowstorm tonight, that'd have been different. But people are used to this cold weather. They're hardy Iowans, so I'm proud of what they did tonight.
Steve Scheffler, president of the Iowa Faith and Freedom Coalition, thanks a lot for talking to us from your caucus. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Well, we saw Rich Matthews earlier tonight at a caucus site in Ankeny. Rich, where are you now?
Well, Libby, we're downtown at really what is Results headquarters at the convention center here in Des Moines. It was pretty interesting and exciting being at that caucus, but this is an exciting place to be as the results come in real time. Also in this room, no exaggeration, several hundred reporters from literally all over the world. I've seen NHK Japanese television. I've seen Middle Eastern television networks here. So it's not exaggeration to say that the world is watching what's happening here in Iowa right now. Now, I know you can't see on the camera the results, but I'm going to take a look. And Donald Trump is still over 50%. He's at about 53% right now. Pretty much every political analyst in Iowa said that if Trump hits 50 or higher, that's what he needs to do to maintain his kind of so-called dominance. He can now continue to say, as he does with confidence nearly every time he speaks, that he is going to be the nominee. He is the clear front runner. In many Iowa caucuses in recent years, we've seen the front runner come into Iowa and stumble. You think about Rudy Giuliani back in 2008. You think about Jeb Bush, who finished 6th here. Both of those guys didn't campaign enough in Iowa. And the interesting thing is everybody talks about the ground support here in Iowa and how you have to have a ground plan. But Donald Trump spent less time in Iowa than, any other candidate. But he's going to dominate this win. Now, also, I heard you talking to Isaac just a minute ago. Believe it or not, Isaac is just down the hallway from us. The Trump celebration party will be here in the same building we're in. It's in a different ballroom. But that is going on next door to us. Libby?
Rich, it's been so fascinating to watch how candidates like Ron DeSantis have tried to blanket the state, right? Hitting all 99 counties. Nikki Haley's been a presence there, even as she's tried to really make sure to be in New Hampshire. But let's talk about Trump and his choices in the campaign. He has not been in the state a lot. He's chosen to be in court when he didn't have to be instead of being here. He has still led in the polls since the beginning. How did Trump spend the final weeks, that last stretch heading up to the caucus?
Well, you just mentioned it. While Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis were crisscrossing the state. Now, to be fair, they both had to cancel some events over the weekend due to the weather, but they were still here. And leading up to that, they were, on the bus and hitting the ground hard. And yes, you're right. Donald Trump, he only showed up here on Saturday. He did one virtual event Saturday night. He had one in-person event Sunday, one large-scale rally. He did do a couple of small stops at a gas station and a fire station. But in all, he really held one large-scale rally in the last week and a half here in Iowa, while DeSantis and Nikki Haley did so many. But again, that just kind of shows his dominance in the party. It certainly may not translate to the general election, and that's what a lot of Haley supporters were telling us and DeSantis supporters were telling us, that they were interested in those candidates because they did feel that they're not as polarizing as Donald Trump and that they have a better chance in the general election. Another thing we heard tonight from people who are voting for in the straw poll for someone other than Donald Trump is that they want a president who can have 8 years. Of course, it would be 8 total years for Donald Trump if he's elected, but he's only going to get 1 more term, and with the gap, they believe that a lot of his work has already been undone. But that wasn't enough to stem the tide. Of course, we knew Donald Trump was going to win Iowa. It isn't always important to win. We felt that Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, if either of them could separate from the other and close the gap with Donald Trump, they might gain some momentum going into New Hampshire. For Ron DeSantis, he spent more time here and more money here than any candidate in this campaign. He spent more money here than any candidate ever. I think it's going to be tough for him to make those calls tomorrow morning to the donors and say, hey, support me. I need your money as I go fight in New Hampshire. Because, again, he outspent everybody, and it's going to be for either a very close second or a close third. And I think some of his donors fairly might say, well, what do you have to show for it?
Thanks so much, Rich Matthews. In a new location, having braved the outside weather to get there. Really appreciate it. We'll talk to you again soon. JM, let's talk about Iowa's significance as the first in the nation contest and whether that actually translates into choosing the nominee.
Iowa has picked just one successful presidential nominee for the Republicans in the last 40 plus years here, and that was George W. Bush in 2000. Iowa has picked the eventual Republican nominee, including George W. Bush in 2000, a total of 3 times, Bob Dole in 1996 and Gerald Ford in 1976. But, so it's a little bit of a mixed bag as to, how much Iowa kind of predicts what's going to happen. Now, of course, Trump lost Iowa narrowly in 2016 and is now projected to win Iowa tonight. Now, one other thing to note, though, Libby, is that kind of a constant theme that we've heard kind of multiple guests and our analysts tonight talk about is how the conventional political wisdom in a lot of ways is out the window, right? So you kind of got to crumple it up in a ball, throw it out the window, and whether or not Trump tends to sort of buck the trend, if you will, and it's very possible that happens this year.
This isn't Trump's first race in Iowa, JM. So what happened when he last competed in the Republican caucus?
Yeah, earlier we saw the DeSantis campaign put out a statement saying that the early Associated Press call was, quote unquote, election interference by the media on the part of the Associated Press. Trump made a similar claim when he came in second place in 2016, talking about how the only reason why he came in second place was because of voter fraud and because Ted Cruz, quote unquote, stole Iowa. Let's take a look at that tape real quick.
Now, the guy that came in second, but actually I think I came in first, because if you take a look, okay, oh, that voter fraud. These politicians are brutal. They're brutal.
Now, that was kind of the first round, if you will, of Trump sort of laying the groundwork for the election denialism that we saw both in the lead up to the 2016 election, Trump saying that if he lost 2016, it would be because of widespread voter fraud, and then in 2020 falsely saying that he lost that election due to widespread voter fraud. Trump himself put out a mailer in Iowa, the Trump campaign did, I should say, this month, saying that the DeSantis campaign was, quote unquote, trying to rig Iowa. And now we haven't really seen or heard anything from Trump or the Trump campaign tonight on that regard. So far, they are ahead in the polls and in the results, I should say. But we talked just recently about how the DeSantis campaign was talking about election interference. this has become sort of a rhetorical tactic, if you will, among Republicans, talking about election interference, talking about voter fraud, talking about the results being rigged if they lose. And if they win, we often don't hear a lot about it. Libby?
James Rieger, thank you. Let's go to James Hohman for the latest results. James?
Numbers just pouring in. In fact, we now are at 70% of the vote reporting. We have about 1,300 precincts out of 1,600 or so. And we're starting to get the big drops in from the most populous parts of the state. And in this key fight for second place, the numbers are looking pretty good for Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis' organization seems to be paying off. Nikki Haley not hitting the numbers that she'd want to be hitting to get second place. Let me tell you about a few of the populous counties that have just come in. So in Des Moines, Polk County, the most populous in the state, Trump with 76% of the vote in, clearly winning. Nikki Haley really needed to finish second here if she was going to have a chance of finishing second statewide. Right now, she's still neck and neck with DeSantis. But I want to tell you about a county right next to Des Moines, Dallas County. This is the western suburbs of Des Moines. It's the fastest growing county in Iowa. 19% of Republican voters are women with a college degree. That's the highest share of any county in the state. It's 10% higher, actually, than it was in 2016. College-educated women have been Trump's kryptonite, including among Republican primary voters. Nikki Haley spent more time here than almost any other county in the state. This is a county Marco Rubio won pretty handily, beat Trump by 14 points in 2016. But tonight, you can see 82% of the vote in. Donald Trump getting 38%. And Nikki Haley barely edging out Ron DeSantis. Again, these are the western Des Moines suburban votes that she really needed. I also want to tell you about the third biggest city in the state, and that is Davenport. This is the Mississippi River Valley. Davenport, beautiful river city. It is a place where it's the third biggest city in the state. There's 102,000 people. We were watching to see whether party switching would have an impact. Independents can't vote in the Republican caucus, but they can show up at caucuses and change their party registration. Nikki Haley had been doing very well in the polls with independents, and so there was some thinking that maybe independents would come and vote for her in this populous area. This is a county that Marco Rubio won in 2016, but you can see tonight, 96% of the vote now, one of the biggest counties in the state, Trump getting 49%, nearly doubling Nikki Haley's support, and she's only getting 24.5%. This is the kind of place where she's just not hitting Rubio level numbers. She is not driving out the kind of margins in these populous counties that you'd expect. And then we're starting to get rural counties in too. You can see right now there's some counties still outstanding, including north of Des Moines where Ames, Iowa State University is, but it is a sea of red. And it seems conceivable that Donald Trump at the end of tonight, too soon to say, but could end up winning all 99 counties in Iowa, which is a big blow to both the DeSantis and Haley operations. And you can see DeSantis now 72% of the vote in. DeSantis has opened up a slight lead, about 2,000 votes over Nikki Haley in the critical battle for second place. Trump staying above 50%, which was the key threshold that he wanted to hit. He's ahead 30 points. That is almost 3 times bigger than the biggest previous margin of victory in an Iowa caucus. It is a very good night for Donald Trump, and you can see why.
Thanks so much, James. Please keep us updated. Rhonda, let's talk about the money that's gone into this campaign. And you've been looking at the financial shape the campaigns are in, both how they started and how they are now. What can you tell us?
Well, we have some numbers from the Federal Election Commission, which all the campaigns have to report quarterly reports of how much money they are raising and also how much they're spending too. And the current numbers right now, and I believe we can show that on the screen there, total right now, money raised in this race, you have $270 million combined with all of the candidates. You see that Trump is doing well, slightly better than President Biden. You see DeSantis coming in there with fundraising at number 3, Ramaswamy, and then Haley. Now, I should point out that when it comes to fundraising data that the FEC puts out, that does not include outside money or some of the dark money in campaigns where groups that are aligned with a candidate candidate or pay for ads for a candidate, they have different filing rules, so they don't have to share their numbers with the FEC. Nikki Haley has said that in this last quarter, she has raised about $24 million. So her number might go up the next time they file the quarterly reports, and that'll be at the end of this month. But that does give you a snapshot of the energy. And what we do know about Trump from all the way back in 2015 and 2016 is he does really well with grassroots level contributions. We also saw this and talked about this at great length when we were covering the indictments of Donald Trump and how he was able to fundraise off of that. So you are still seeing energy behind him when it comes to money. And it's always interesting for me as a reporter to always check in on these numbers because you do see where grassroots level individual contributions are, and that can also kind of be a guide at where the energy is. And if we look at those numbers and we also look at, the map tonight in Iowa, you definitely have these concrete results that Trump still has the energy, despite waiting on trials, despite all the information that has come out about him since he last left the White House. He is still the strongest candidate that the GOP has right now, according to Iowans and according to fundraising money.
Thanks, Rhonda. Joining us now is national politics reporter Sabrina Rodriguez, who's been at a caucus site in Johnston, Iowa. Sabrina, tell us about the results there.
Well, I will say the number one thing going into the night was us talking about the weather and how much it would have an impact. And I think the first thing I was hearing out of Iowans, the caucus goers at this site, was the fact that the weather was not going to deter them, that it was just another cold, winter night for them in Iowa, and that it was really their duty to get out there. So we saw out of the results in that site in specific, it was held in a cafeteria at a local elementary school. Of the 131 people that came, it was, the winner at the end of it was Trump. So a lot of folks, while the tallying was still happening, were already seeing the notifications on their phones come up that Trump had been declared the winner. But it wasn't until that official tally in their site was announced that we saw a loud round of applause, people really celebrating, and then the Haley and DeSantis supporters in the room, of course, not feeling as enthusiastic, having hoped that there would be a better turnout in their precinct.
How did Haley and DeSantis do where you are, Sabrina?
So it ended up being about 31 votes for Haley and 29 for DeSantis, so neck and neck. They did have a positive response in the room. I mean, even Trump supporters that were there, a good number of them in my conversations with them, said, we like Nikki Haley. We think she's just not ready to become the president, or the country's not ready to have a woman president, but maybe next time around. I heard that from several voters. And there were some that, were saying they really liked the things that DeSantis was doing in Florida as governor, but that they were really frustrated to see him run against Trump when he should have waited his turn. And that's something I heard in this precinct and really have kind of heard across Iowa from Trump supporters in recent weeks.
What issues have people been telling you are important to them?
Number one I heard tonight was immigration. It kept coming up. Folks were bringing up the story that Trump has been talking about a lot on the campaign trail that has been proven to be false. But several people mentioned a school in New York that had been the students, so the school closed and there were no students attending anymore, and now migrants were being housed there. And again, it's been fact-checked as something that is not true, and only migrants were being temporarily housed there. So that was something that was really coming up from several voters, and them saying they're worried about the border. Some of them saying, for them the calculus is who's best to beat Biden. So they're already thinking ahead to the general election. And, a lot of them saying they felt that it was going to be Trump that had the best bet at winning and the best chance to, on day one, right the economy and focus on border security.
Let's talk about young Republicans. How engaged have the young Republicans that you've talked to been? Are they equally enthusiastic about Donald Trump?
I've heard it from across the state, definitely young voters. I mean, oftentimes it depends on religious background. For example, I did some reporting last week in Northwest Iowa where there's a really large contingent of Reformed Christians. And there, regardless of age, you talk to students at Dordt University, Northwestern College, again, very Christian, Reformed Christian schools. And for them, a lot of them were saying they preferred DeSantis because they saw and DeSantis more of the Christian values. They didn't necessarily like the rhetoric that they were hearing from Trump. But I think in other pockets of the state where less religious communities in Iowa, you do hear this love of Trump, his candidness, his openness. A lot of people mentioning him being a businessman. I was talking to a 21-year-old at this caucus site in Johnston. Her first time caucusing, she came out. She was there by herself, didn't have any friends, didn't know anyone, but she did it because she felt so strongly about Trump and really felt as a young voter, she was entering this economy outside of high school and felt like it was really hard and she was struggling. So for her, she felt that Trump was that choice, was the person that could, really help people like her.
Sabrina, stay with us. I want to bring Rhonda Colvin into the conversation, who's been talking to a lot of young voters in Iowa. What are you hearing about their preferences for candidates and also their reasoning behind it?
What I heard from young Republicans, I spoke to college Republicans at Drake University, and they're very clear-eyed about the strength Trump has in their state. However, they also talk a lot about alternatives. I heard a lot of we want someone in who can do 2 consecutive terms. We don't just want 4 more years of Trump. A lot of them seem to gravitate toward Nikki Haley, which also matches what we're hearing from strategists as well as pollsters, that she has strength with college-educated voters. The thing that struck me, though, when I spoke to the Drake University students, I've also been interviewing young Republicans in other cities. I interviewed some in LA. I've interviewed some in Wisconsin. They're saying the same thing, where they won't say that they won't support Trump, but they rather discuss the other candidates, and they talk more about alternatives, more so and more enthusiastically than their older counterparts. A lot of them are actually pretty freely saying that they aren't happy with the current makeup of the Republican Party. They don't think that the Republican Party has a lot of their interests in mind. I heard a lot about the economy is a problem because this is the season of life of folks who want to graduate into a good job. They possibly want to, put a down payment on a house, and they don't see those things within reach right now. And they are also turned off by the divided nature of the former president. So the fact that I'm hearing that in Iowa, which is, as we've been talking all night, a conservative state, but also heard it in California, also heard it in Wisconsin, it tells me that young voters may be very key in this election if candidates start framing their message and bringing those folks in. I will also point out that Iowa has 3 major universities. A pollster pointed out to me last week that all 3 of those universities are closed. They have been closed for the holiday break. They don't start until tomorrow. So a lot of those young voters are kind of displaced tonight. If they moved back to their college town, they could have caucused there if they're registered there, or they might have registered wherever they're from. But you may not see the type of strength from younger college-age students just because they're not in school right now.
Sabrina, before we let you go, I want to hear more from you about the economy and how, as Rhonda was talking about the economy, very key to young voters, how is the economy being talked about generally by Iowan Republicans?
I think for them, it's they immediately bring up inflation. That's usually like the #1 metric that we hear for people talking about the economy. Tonight, one of the voters that I spoke to was first-time caucus goer. He's 65 years old, had never caucused in his life, never felt compelled to do it. And for him, he came out in support of Trump because he felt that Trump, as the first thing he mentioned to me, would tackle inflation. And that's something I hear across age groups. Obviously we see some of the economic metrics that show that the economy has been improving under Biden. But for many people in that day-to-day and the accessibility to buying a house, as Rhonda mentioned, and, when it comes to, okay, wages have gone up, but the cost of living has gone up, the rent has skyrocketed, or grocery prices. I can't tell you how many times I hear people specifically mention, how much a pound of steak costs now versus how it did a couple years ago. Or, people cite these very real examples. So it's hard to say, the unemployment rate is X percent or inflation is down X percent. People think of, I was paying $2.99 a gallon of milk and now I'm paying $4.39. And people remember those levels of detail and oftentimes will mention it when you're asking them, how they feel about the economy or why the economy is so urgent or matters to them.
Thank you so much, Sabrina. Really appreciate you taking the time to talk with us. JM, As we're seeing the numbers come back, there's been this big question of whether Trump could, get past this 50% threshold. As we watch the returns tonight, and as James had shown us that map, Trump sweeping so many counties in Iowa, what is the grip that Trump has on the Republican Party?
It's pretty striking to look at that map that James was showing us just a few moments ago in terms of how much Trump is dominating here. He is more than doubling the next closest margin at the moment. Obviously, we still have some vote outstanding. And, if we go back to those preliminary entrance polls, Trump is winning issue after issue, has majority support issue after issue. You go down the line there. And obviously, Iowa's a very specific electorate. But, one of the things that was especially striking was, this notion of, whether the 2020 election was legitimate and fair. And, the fact that you had so many voters saying that they didn't think that Joe Biden fairly won the 2020 election, kind of plays right into where, kind of the Trump messaging, if you will, around this entire campaign. The other thing I'll just point out, Libby, is just coming back to something we talked about earlier in the show, which is if you are Trump, the way things currently stand is almost a best case scenario. Even if he were to slip slightly under a 50% margin, he's so up there and so dominating. If he's right around that 50% number, that's a really great night if you're Donald Trump. And then on top of that, you have DeSantis with a relatively strong second place showing, given where the polls were coming into this, and Haley's right there. So that means that DeSantis, in all likelihood, is going to stay in this campaign longer, and you have Haley having to spend resources to basically kind of put herself above both DeSantis and Trump. So if anything, that kind of continues the segmentation of the Republican primary voting base, if you will, and allows Trump to really continue to consolidate and dominate.
James, let's bring you into this as well. As we're seeing these results, we're not just looking at the numbers, we're also looking at what was on voters' minds as they head into the caucuses, especially around what JM mentioned about whether President Biden really won the election. He did. But what are Iowans saying about that?
So let's look at two questions from the entrance polls. One backward-looking, one forward-looking. On this question, do you think Biden legitimately won the presidency, which he objectively did? 65% of caucus goers today now say that Biden did not legitimately win. That's 2/3. Among them, 70%, 7 in 10, voted for Donald Trump. If you believe that, and these numbers are way higher than they would have been 3 years ago. It's a reflection of Trump's grip on the party, as Jan was saying. Why would you not vote for Donald Trump? Finishing second is DeSantis with 18% among that group. Nikki Haley only getting 5%. Among the 31% of voters who say that Joe Biden did legitimately win the election, Trump's only getting 9%. Nikki Haley is getting 54% of that group. But again, it's a 31%. That's not enough to win. On the forward-looking question, Trump is the first indicted and formerly impeached president to ever win a caucus or primary. Now we can say that. He faces 91 criminal charges in 4 different cases in 4 different jurisdictions. In the entrance poll, we asked, if Trump were to be convicted of a crime, would you consider him fit to be president? 63% said yes. 71% of those people voted for Trump. Among the 32%, notice the similarity, 32% versus the 31% on the earlier question, 50% of that 32% backed Haley. So you can see where Haley's base of support is, but you can also see that this is clearly a minority view in the Republican Party. These two questions really speak volumes about Trump's vice-like grip and the extent to which Republican voters and caucus goers in Iowa see him as essentially an incumbent.
Rhonda, Trump has been using the trials, the looming trials, and the charges against him as a way to campaign, also a way to get press, and it has frustrated his opponents. What have What have we heard from DeSantis and others about just how this has changed the race?
Well, if you watch the debates that have been happening since August, this sort of comes up, not specifically, but is sort of underlying when they point to the fact that he's not there. And when Chris Christie was in the race, he would say unequivocally, Donald Trump is too busy fighting his legal battles instead of being here with the other candidates. It's really been striking to see this cycle so far be on two tracks, because you do have the candidates, whether our viewers agree with their policy or not, they have been talking about policy at the debate. He has usually used his rallies or his appearance at court to talk about grievances. That's not new to Donald Trump, but it is showing you that there are almost two separate worlds going on here, which it might account for why a lot of we're seeing different reactions in the entrance polls. We're seeing voters tell us they're trying to calculate whether or not Trump can win the general, or they want him to be someone to put back in the White House. It seems like there's a lot on voters' minds, and it is likely because of these trials that are looming over his candidacy as well as the election overall. But yes, he has used the election as a campaign tool. His own campaign has said that they were going to use that to their advantage. Now we're going to have to see how this plays out as these jury selections begin, as some of the trials that have set dates so far, specifically in March, and some of those dates might change, but you're going to see more attention brought onto the alleged crimes of Donald Trump. Does that change voters' minds, especially those who say they're tired of the baggage?
JM, it really is a split screen moment, and Trump is making active choices. He chose not to come to the debate, which was so unusual and would usually really hurt the credibility of a candidate. It takes their ability to control the narrative out of the situation, but it hasn't hurt him with Iowa voters, JM.
No, it hasn't. And, Trump's challengers, I should say, are, sort of in a catch-22 when it comes to Trump because of his grip on the party, what we've been talking about. Because if you're a Trump challenger running for the Republican nomination, if you say that Trump has, lied or made something up about something, the Republican base turns against you. We saw Chris Christie drop out. We saw other candidates drop out. If you walk a line of trying to kind of pull some Trump supporters into your camp, as we've seen Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, Vivek Ramaswamy try and do, they've had middling success at that, but, they haven't been able to broadly form a real anti-Trump coalition, so far at least, that we've seen that can actually challenge him and make this into a real race, a real primary race for the Republican nomination. And we saw that also recently on the indictments that Rhonda was just talking about, which is, when the indictments were handed down throughout 2023, his Republican challengers were floating pardons for him. They were broadly circling the wagons around Trump. So if you are a Republican trying to win the nomination not named Donald Trump, you are really in a box on this of, how much you can kind of broaden your base of support by contrasting yourself with Donald Trump, whether that's on electability, whether that's on indictments, whether that's on policy. And, we talked earlier about how, it's a lot of the policy debate isn't even about policy. It's more about personality. Trumpism is sort of baked into the Republican Party at the moment, and it's more about who is going to lead Trumpism going forward, whether it's going to be Trump himself or one of these challengers. So we're seeing that play out tonight in Iowa. Obviously, we could have a very different result in New Hampshire next week. But, it's really striking, Libby, how strong Trump's grip is on the party, and how whatever these candidates did, none of it seemed to make that big of a dent in his support.
Yeah, James, there's going to be a lot of soul searching and questioning, as there always is, James, after a campaign, about the approach that Trump's Republican opponents took, mostly treating him gently. And whether that was the right course of action. What are you watching?
It clearly wasn't. I mean, I think that we can
Well,
see
wait, I want to pause with one thing. I guess the question is, what's the end goal? Is the end goal to win the primary? Is the end goal to become the vice president or to get a job in a Trump administration? What is the ultimate end goal?
Yeah, Ron DeSantis cannot be Trump's vice president. They're both from Florida. Nikki Haley has not ruled out becoming VP, and maybe that is why she has been sort of gentle. I do think we can see from the results, we know from our reporting that the kind of the DeSantis and Haley tearing each other apart and bringing each other down does help explain why they're basically both stuck around 20%, and Trump is getting just over 50%. That does mean about half of Republican caucus goers in a low turnout caucus wanted someone beside Trump, but people like Donald Trump and the Republican Party. It is essentially his party, and no one was making the case against his renomination.
We're seeing Donald Trump come out to take the stage in Des Moines. We saw his two grown sons there, Eric and Don Jr., who've been his surrogates on the trail. Donald Trump, the projected winner, according to the Associated Press, made that call a little less than half hour after caucusing even started tonight, a controversial call to DeSantis and others who think it came too soon for their comfort, but also before caucus goers had even had a chance to have their votes tallied, or in some counties even placed. We're going to watch what Donald Trump says here to the crowds in Des Moines. This is the official kickoff of the 2024 election season, and so Donald Trump, no matter what the ultimate numbers show in terms of whether he caps 50% or not, he goes forward with momentum that was predictable. Doug Burgum's there behind him. He had been running for president, but recently endorsed him, which was not a total surprise because he was not that negative on Trump, but it does raise a question about why some of these guys were in the race if they felt like Trump was qualified to be the president again. This is live coverage from the Washington Post. Trump's taking in the crowd, and we will go to his speech when he starts talking. He did one big event this weekend in person, a couple others sprinkled throughout the weekend. A lot of it, though, as one of our colleagues said, Rhonda, was done from his hotel room in Iowa because of the bad weather. So even when he was in Iowa, he was relying on teletown halls and not always interfacing with voters personally.
He didn't do a lot of hard campaigning. He was the opposite of DeSantis's ground game. And that shows you that he didn't have to introduce himself to Iowans. They knew him. They knew what he stands for. Evidently, they have favorable opinions of him and want him to return to the White House. So he did not have to do the work of a conventional candidate. But it goes back to what I said at the beginning of the show is, from what I'm hearing from folks on the ground who are studying the electorate there, people see him as the incumbent. This is almost like a race where he's just, coming in for another term consecutively. And that's how they view him. He's really taking in the moment, as if this might be the election night. But again, this is the first stage.
Period of time, and most importantly, we want to thank the great people of Iowa. Thank you. We love you all. What a turnout, what a crowd. And I really think this is time now for everybody, our country, to come together. We want to come together, whether it's Republican or Democrat or liberal or conservative. It would be so nice if we could come together and straighten out the world and straighten out the problems and straighten out all of the death and destruction that we're witnessing. That's practically never been like this. It's just so important, and I want to make that a very big part of our message. We're going to come together. It's going to happen soon, too. It's going to happen soon. I want to thank some of the great people. We have so many senators. If I go through every name, we'll be here all night, and everybody's going to get angry at me. But the senators, the congressmen from Washington, they came down from all different states. I want to thank you very much. I want to congratulate Ron and Nikki for having a good time together. We're all having a good time together. And I think they both actually did very well. I really do. I think they both did very well. We don't even know what the outcome of second place is. And I see Carrie Lake. Congratulations, Carrie. Very good. I spotted her, I have to announce, because she's terrific. She's going to be a senator, a great senator, I predict, right? You're going to be a great senator. And I also want to congratulate Vivek because he did a hell of a job. He came from zero, and he's got a big percent, probably 8%, almost 8%, and that's an amazing job. They all did. They're all very smart people, very capable people. I think most importantly, I want to thank my incredible wife, First Lady, I'll say former and maybe future. But more important than Melania, I want to thank her incredible, beautiful mother who passed away a few days ago. And she's up there, way up there. She's looking down, and she's so proud of us. And I just want to say to Amalia, you are special, one of the most special people I've ever known. And that was a tough period of time for the family. But she's amazing. She was amazing. So I just want to thank what she's done for our family, and her husband, who's home right now and very lonely. He's a lonely man, but he's going to be okay. Victor, they're great people, great parents to all of us, really. Great parents, but also to Barron. Boy, did she take care of Barron. That's how he got so tall. He only ate her food. And I want to thank my family generally. They've worked so hard, and they've taken so much abuse for being good people. I mean, good people, but Eric and Don, they really did. These two have been working so hard, and they have another job also, so they have to do it all, but they've been working so hard, and I know that Ivanka is home and Tiffany's home, they're watching, and I know that Barron's watching, good old Barron. I said, you're going to be a basketball player. I said, well, I like soccer, Dad, actually. I said, at your height, I like basketball better, but sometimes you can't talk them into everything. But he's a special boy. But the whole family is just incredible. And my sister, Elizabeth, who's just the biggest fan. She's just an incredible person and always supportive. We love Elizabeth so much. Also, we have a woman who took a big chance. You know, in most states, we have support of everybody, the Congress, the senators. We had Marco Rubio. We had Rick Scott the other day. We have, probably 55% of the senators. And now they're all calling and saying, we want to endorse you, sir. I said, oh, great. Same thing with the Congress, men and women. We have tremendous, much more than anybody probably has ever had in this position. And we love them all. They're great. They're really trying to do a good job for our country. But one woman in Iowa who really stepped up was your Attorney General, Brenna Byrd. She really, really stepped up. Where is Brenna? Come here. She stepped up. She's going to be your governor someday, I predict. So we'll see. We'll be watching, but she really did. She broke away from the pack. And she had tremendous courage, and wasn't easy. In some states it's easy. In other states it's a little bit more difficult. But we have really the support of the people of Iowa, which has been just incredible. Another man who was actually the first person to endorse me in the entire country. He's a state senator. His name is Brad Zahn. He looks like he's the most handsome guy, I think. Oh, you made it. He had to drive from his caucus location. You made it. I call him the Marlboro Man. Hey, Brad. You want to say something? Come on, go up, say something.
Well, I'll tell you, I had to actually do a TV interview bragging about you. The reason why I was late is because of that, but is he awesome or what? I am honored to be the first person in the United States to endorse this guy. The next president, the 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
And when he says endorse, we're really talking about 2015. He endorsed me before, actually, long before I knew I was going to run. I said, who's this man in Iowa? He's a senator, a state senator. He's a good-looking guy, too. Doesn't he look? You could pay him and give him a lot of money. And by the way, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for being here. You are so great. Comes all the way from Missouri, which isn't that far. You can't drive an electric car that far, though. Thank you very much. I appreciate it very much. The group of people that we have on the stage is just emblematic of the tremendous group that we've had. We've had such a great team. We did well. We were looking really good in 2016. And just to go back to the senator, he was saying, I said, who is that guy? Brad, his name. Who is he? He keeps endorsing me. He keeps saying Trump, and I didn't even know I was running. He endorsed me 4 months before I knew I was running, about 4 months before the Escalade ride down with our great First Lady. And that was Brad. I said, who is he? So he was the first one. But we have people that are so incredible. Your Republican Party Chairman, Bobby Kaufman, and his son, who is a brilliant guy, and he worked with us. And I will tell you, that is a family of real professionals. Matt Whitaker, who is the very talented and very good Attorney General. Where is Matt? He's around here someplace, and he's been with us all the way. We have a man that was very impressive, and I say there's nothing wrong with it. He's so solid and so good that he didn't catch on. Sometimes being a little controversial is good. He's so perfect, although he did break his leg during the campaign. That wasn't so good, but it sort of stood out a little bit, Doug. But Doug Burgum from North Dakota, the governor, and his beautiful wife, Catherine, and he got out of the race. What people don't know is that he actually supported me on the other side twice already, right? Then he decided to do it, and he was outstanding. But the traction is never easy, right? You need controversy for traction sometimes, and this guy is the most solid guy. There's no controversy whatsoever, and he's one of the best governors in our country, and I hope that I'm going to be able to call on him to be a piece of the administration, a very important piece of the administration. And also, just to conclude with this, the entire Trump team, and that includes my two boys who are really here all the time, whenever we needed them. Whenever we needed them. They are great, Eric and Don. And look at all these people. Oh, Susie, I have to say. And Chris. And they want no accolades. They just want a victory, and they want to make America great again. That's all they want, actually. They don't want to be speaking. They don't want to have pictures. They just want to do their job, right? I want to thank you very much, Jason, everybody. You're really fantastic. What a job you've done. Thank you. So we're going to come together. We're going to drill, baby, drill right away. Yeah. Drill, baby, drill. We're going to seal up the border. Because right now we have an invasion. We have an invasion of millions and millions of people that are coming into our country. I can't imagine why they think that's a good thing. It's a very bad thing. I think it's a group of people that are probably larger in number than New York State. And we can't have that. We can't have that. It's not sustainable as a country. It's horrible. And they're coming from prisons and jails. They're coming from all over. They're coming from countries that most people have never heard of. And they're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. They're being emptied out into our country. And they're terrorists. Many terrorists are coming in. In 2019, I saw just recently on a poll, they had none in 2019, no terrorists. Now, I even say there's got to be some, but they have none. And then as soon as this group took over, they have hundreds and hundreds of terrorists coming in, known terrorists, some of them really bad. And many of them are in, and they came in, and nobody knows where they are. This is not a good thing. And we're going to have to deport. We're going to have a deportation level that we haven't seen in this country for a long time, since Dwight Eisenhower, actually.
Donald Trump taking victory in Iowa. We'll interrupt his speech here. He's getting into saying a lot of things. He says often, Rhonda, some of which are falsehoods, some of which are just not true. False claims about no terrorist attacks during his presidency. Also talking about terrorists coming over the border. So he's getting into the routine of typical Trump campaign speech items, Rhonda, but also some things that are false. So I want you to address what he's saying, but then let's also talk about this moment for him and what it means.
Right, and he did start off in more of a subdued manner. So we did sort of see the more familiar Trump at the end there talking about immigration. You mentioned terrorists coming over, all of those things that, as you mentioned, are falsehoods. But that messaging is apparently what Iowans liked about him. His supporters there are cheering that. I think that gives us a glimpse into what the Iowa voter wanted tonight. I know from our entrance polling, it is showing that people who supported Trump do like someone who wants to shake things up. That's something that he's been maintaining since 2015. And I spoke to one Iowa caucus goer who said that in their caucus area, people like Trump because they see Washington is broken and he is that disruptor in chief. So the messaging he just started off on in that speech there is something that apparently is appealing to his base continuously. One thing that stood out to me is there's been this big question after Trump left the White House after January 6th, and a lot of the people in his inner circle turned and gave testimony to the January 6th panel. They've given testimony to some of these criminal investigations. The question has been who's going to be around Trump on a second go-around? And I wonder if we got a glimpse of that tonight, at least an early glimpse. We saw Matt Whitaker, who was a acting U.S. Attorney General under Trump. He is from Iowa, so he was on the stage tonight. We also saw Doug Burgum, who ran in the primary, and he left the race, but he's the former governor of North Dakota. Is he going to be someone in the administration? So it is interesting to see how Trump is taking this win tonight. But of course, we are also waiting to hear who has come in second and what the margin there looked like between Haley and DeSantis.
Yeah, Rhonda, there's almost like the two Trumps, right? The one that the campaign can control in some way, right? The teleprompter Trump, who's saying some sort of nice things about his rivals, sort of a slight and then a backtrack and a nice thing. And then there's Trump, who returns to his grievances, his lies, and his talking points, which, as you said, resonated with Iowa voters.
Right. And are we going to hear that going into New Hampshire? Because we know.
And where does it resonate with what audience? Right.
Yeah. And is it going to resonate with the independent voters who Nikki Haley is doing well with? It may not. So what is his messaging going to be from tomorrow until next Monday before the New Hampshire primary on Tuesday?
We're seeing here on our screens images of Nikki Haley's gathering in Iowa and Ron DeSantis' gathering. Haley's on top there, DeSantis is on the bottom. No reflection of their numbers. That's just how they are appearing on the screen. Let's go to James Hohman to talk more about everything, James, from the latest numbers to what we heard from Donald Trump. I want to start with the numbers on the board you've got there first.
Yeah, so we now have about 90% of the votes in. Donald Trump appears to be on track to be the first candidate in a contested multi-way caucus to get an outright majority. In 1984, Walter Mondale got close over Gary Hart. He got 49%, but Trump appears to be over that 50% threshold. There's not a single county right now that he's losing. I was struck watching that speech, Libby, by, you see him soaking in the victory. Recall that not only did he lose the 2016 caucuses to Ted Cruz, he came in. The final Des Moines Register poll in 2016 showed Trump ahead, but he ended up losing because he did not have an organization on the ground. Trump was determined not to make that mistake again. Tonight, his team has shown that he can get a traditional organization built. His campaign had said that they had gotten 50,000 people to sign commit to caucus cards in Iowa. You can see that he's at 52,000 votes. It seems like we're on track to have about 100,000 people participate in these caucuses. Unlike 8 years ago, Trump recruited more than 2,000 caucus precinct captains. His campaign held more than 400 training sessions. It is an illustration of the fact that Trump was able to build an organization. And so tonight he was able to soak in that victory that he feels like he was denied 8 years ago. As JM pointed out a little bit ago, he claimed fraud 8 years ago and said that the caucuses had been stolen from him. He's not claiming that this time because he is the victor. And there wasn't, we should say, fraud 8 years ago either.
James, the numbers of actual voters are so small. When we talk about just the size of America and who is deciding the Iowa caucus results tonight. I just want you to reflect on that a little bit for us. You know, if we go back to James's shot and we see that map behind him, that sea of red, which is representing Donald Trump tonight, it looks so overwhelming. It looks like this more than 50% potential victory, but we're talking about a small number of people making a decision here.
What's stunning is, you know, the state of Iowa has about 3 million people. There's more than 1 million registered Republicans. And so as important as the caucuses are, this is really a tiny fraction of even the state of Iowa's population. Ultimately, Trump's going to come away with 16 delegates out of 20 available. That is about 1.5% of the delegates that you need to win the Republican nomination. The state is, you know, more than 90% white. It is not a representative electorate, and the electorate in upcoming primaries will be different. The people who show up in a caucus, these people who came out in 20 below wind chill to vote in the dark in the middle of the winter, these are hardcore grassroots Republicans. And this is not necessarily at all reflective of the electorate that you'd see in primaries that are open, like next week in New Hampshire, where independents and Democrats can vote, but also, I guess, independents, not Democrats, but also certainly the general election. These numbers are very small, but that is not to diminish what is a very significant victory for Trump. I mean, DeSantis went to all 99 counties. He did all the traditional things. Vivek Ramaswamy went to all 99 counties at least twice. DeSantis spent tens and tens of millions of dollars. He camped out over the last year. He built his campaign around Iowa. And so it's not like Trump was the only person organizing. So it's important not to take away from Trump's organizational victory, because it does reflect his popularity among the grassroots of the Republican Party.
Yeah, thanks so much, James. Let's go to Rich Matthews. You know, we've seen how former President Trump went into this with a big lead in the polls. He is looking to be in very good shape tonight, possibly even hitting that 50% threshold. Rich Matthews in Iowa, what have voters said to you about the former president?
You know, we've asked the questions a lot about his legal woes. I'll tell you, I've covered politics for 25 plus years, and I've never seen a candidate who could face 95 criminal charges, lawsuits, a Supreme Court challenge trying to keep him off the ballot, a sex scandal, and still carry every county of Iowa, as he's almost about to do, it looks like here. And the way that happens, and we know this because we've interviewed dozens of his supporters in the last couple of weeks here in Iowa, they don't believe he's guilty. It's as simple as that. They 100% believe that this is a witch hunt. It's politically motivated. They don't believe what he did surrounding the January 6th events is criminal. So his supporters just adamantly believe that really his opposition is out to get him. Libby, when you cut away from the speech, you know, and saying that these are some of the things that he repeats, well, he repeats those statements in his speeches as well. He repeats them in emails to the press and you know, social media posts. He's very consistent saying, hey, I'm being picked on. And again, his supporters believe him. One example of that, at the caucus that we were at, we mentioned this very early in the show, but the caucus chair read a very, very strict warning where she said, if there are any Democrats in this crowd who registered tonight as Republicans just to disrupt this event, you will be prosecuted if you try to vote as a Democrat. So, you know, again, it's kind of that theory that he's not guilty that just keeps him in, you know, keeps his support so strong. I will say a lot of people talked about the Ron DeSantis ground game here and how well organized he was. I actually don't feel like the Trump machine was incredibly organized here. And I say that from experience because I've been to events. I saw events where they had trouble getting there on time, starting sound quality events or sound quality problems. But the bottom line is the best ground game, the best machine is just having people love you, having people support you, having people want you in office. And that is what Donald Trump is so good at. His base is so fervent, so adamant that, they're really unwaverable. At the Nikki Haley events, the Ron DeSantis events, we'd talk to those people and we would ask them, well, hey, if Haley isn't the nominee, would you still vote for Donald Trump? They say yes, almost unilaterally. They say yes, or almost unanimously. But if you go to a Trump event, you try to interview someone in one of those red hats, and you say, hey, what if your guy's not the nominee? Will you still support them? They don't even want to hear the question. They say that's not going to happen. He's going to be the nominee. And, that's a big difference. And that's showing tonight. Trump voters showed up. They showed up en masse, and they caucused for their candidate.
Thanks so much, Rich Matthews. Rhonda, I just want to give some context. Rich was talking about the caucuses earlier. These are party-run events. This is not the state, a formal state process, which is why you could see people who were not only wearing paraphernalia representing their candidate, they were there to represent their candidate and say to their neighbors, hey, vote for my guy, vote for my gal.
Right, and this is how Iowa has run their caucus throughout their history, really. They had one year in the early 1900s where they tried out a primary. They didn't like it. They like the idea of it being a neighborhood meeting where it is a collective group of people who live near each other and can talk it out and kind of persuade each other. So while I know Rich has said that that's what he heard at the caucus he was at, and of course, I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a lowly journalist here. But I do know these are state or not state-run events. These are run specifically by the party. Look at them in the framing of being just a party gathering, a meeting that they have. They have them throughout the year as well. It's just not tonight. And in fact, the Democrats also held their caucus meetings, and it was just a usual business meeting. They will do their voting through mail-in ballots and announce the results in March for most likely Biden, who is presumed to win on that ballot. But again, it is a party-run event tonight. It is not run by the Secretary of State in Iowa, nor an elections board.
And people could go in and actually, with proof of, in Iowa, it's driver's license, proof of residency. You can sign up that night and participate in this event. Let's bring in Michael Shear, national political reporter covering campaigns, Congress, and the White House. Michael, this is not your first rodeo. I think you've been doing this since like 2008. How unusual was this campaign leading up to tonight?
Well, a lot of things are unusual. I mean, I think the first thing to mention about tonight is the turnout is ridiculously low. At the beginning of this campaign, several campaigns were predicting turnout over 200,000. We're closer to 100,000. At the beginning of this campaign, people were predicting once again a very competitive Iowa. Trump did not do well here 8 years ago. It wasn't clear he was going to do well again. There is not a recent record of anyone winning 50%. When George W. Bush won the Iowa caucuses in 2000, last Republican to win an open Iowa caucus and then become the nominee, he did it with a little more than 40%. So this is a huge win. I think the other thing, you were asking about the run-up. We narrowed the whole goal of this for the people who wanted to stop Trump was to narrow the field. We're just getting word that Vivek Ramaswamy is probably going to drop out momentarily. Iowa has accomplished that in some ways, but the fact that both Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis are both bunched at 20 is, in a way, a gift to Trump. It would be better to have both of them right there. They'll both now intend to continue. Both have, challenges. DeSantis has basically been out of money. Nikki Haley is going to have a hard time expanding into, other parts of the party than the one she's already winning. And if you're Donald Trump, you'd like people to keep squabbling at each other, for the foreseeable future.
Michael, Ron DeSantis came into Iowa with the goal of winning the state, okay?
Yeah.
And he had a lot of money going into it. And in the past month, you have reported on this like implosion that happened in the Ron DeSantis operation between the campaign and the super PAC. Just talk to us about what happened.
The whole story of DeSantis' campaign has been a story of decline. He entered the presidential race. The early polls in Iowa had him closer to 30%. So now he's going to come in somewhere in the low 20s. He's lost ground, and he has spent millions and millions of dollars in the state. He built what I think history will show is probably the largest ground game, at least the most expensive, because it was so dependent on paid canvassers.
Hey, Michael, can I interrupt you, but stay with us for one moment, because I want to hear more about this. We are hearing from our Election Insights team that we can now make an updated race call. The Associated Press is now calling second place in the Iowa caucus for Ron DeSantis. Let's go to James Holman with the Election Insights team. James, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Libby, we are now comfortable with 91% of the vote reported. Ron DeSantis has opened up a significant enough lead with enough of the vote in that we are comfortable saying he will definitely be the second place finisher in Iowa tonight. He's 2 points ahead of Nikki Haley at this point. And I want to show you a county to help explain why. This is Sioux County in the upper Northwest. This is sort of the traditional Northwest Iowa. This was one of the counties Trump did worst in, actually, in 2016. He got 11%. He got 45% tonight. That helps explain. But DeSantis getting a very respectable 31%, getting sort of the margin that he needed over Haley among the evangelicals. This is the kind of place where the Bob Vander Plaats endorsement really might have made a difference. Meanwhile, in the vote-rich area around Des Moines, Nikki Haley is not getting the big margin over DeSantis to offset all those rural counties. You can see here in Dallas County, which has the highest percentage of college-educated women Republicans, Nikki Haley barely edging out DeSantis just by 80 or so votes. And so that across the state is why DeSantis is finishing second. And as Cher was just explaining, this is really the best case scenario for Donald Trump. DeSantis edging out Haley prevents her from getting some of the momentum that she had hoped for going into New Hampshire.
Thanks so much, James. Looking at those numbers there, we're seeing Trump, DeSantis, Haley, Michael Shearer. We're watching the podiums there for Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, but I want to try to bring you back in to reflect on these results.
We'll watch the podiums. We'll see how quickly they mention their websites, because both Haley and DeSantis need money. They're going to need DeSantis more than Haley at this point. And there is a national audience despite the football games tonight, and people are tuning in. And I think there still is a considerable appetite. It's not a majority, it appears, but a considerable appetite in the Republican Party for a Trump alternative. There's just nothing settled tonight about who that alternative might be.
So you were telling us a bit about the infighting in DeSantis' world, and how that will be maybe viewed in the short term, but also with a long lens over time. Coming in second is a respectable finish tonight, but let's be clear, this is not what Ron DeSantis set out to do in Iowa.
Yeah, even in early December, he was on television saying he was going to win in Iowa, and that was just 6 weeks ago. It's been quite a fall. He expected to have the most money. He was being beat on television by Haley in the final weeks here. He expected to have, with the endorsements of the governor and Bob Vander Plaats, a real groundswell, a sort of traditional Iowa groundswell. And he didn't really get that. What he got was, a committed group of 20,000 or so people to come out on a very cold night. The problem for him going forward, beyond the fact that there's still infighting in his team and much of the original leadership of his super PAC is gone, is that he doesn't really have much of an operation left in New Hampshire. He hasn't been on the air there. And then the next state is a month away in South Carolina. I think what you're probably going to see him do is shift to sort of a endurance strategy instead of the shock and awe that he started with. Remember, at the very beginning of this race, he had paid door knockers in California and Texas. He was so ambitious that he was investing in Super Tuesday states.
Michael,
when
I'm going to do it one
nobody
more
else
time.
was.
I'm going to interrupt you one
Yeah.
more time tonight. I am so sorry, but we're hearing Governor DeSantis at the podium there. So let's go now to hear his remarks.
They threw everything but the kitchen sink at us. We love you too. They threw everything but the kitchen sink at us. They spent almost $50 million attacking us. No one's faced that much all the way just through Iowa. The media was against us. They were writing our obituary months ago. They even called the election before people even got a chance to vote. But they were just so excited about the fact that they were predicting that we wouldn't be able to get our ticket punched here out of Iowa. But I can tell you, because of your support, in spite of all of that they threw at us, everyone against us, we've got our ticket punched out of Iowa. And what I learned by going around Iowa is that this country has a basic decency. We've got hardworking people, God-fearing people, patriotic people. You just don't see it every day because of all the nonsense that gets spewed out there by the media, by social media, all this other stuff. People want to have hope for this country's future, and that's what we represent. We represent a chance to reverse the madness that we've seen in this country, to reverse the decline of this country, and to give this country a new birth of freedom and a restoration of sanity. That's what we are going to do. So we have our marching orders. Our marching orders are to do all we can to preserve what George Washington called the sacred fire of liberty. The same fire that burned in Philadelphia in 1776 when our founding fathers signed the Declaration of Independence. The same sacred fire of liberty that burned at a cemetery in Gettysburg when our first Republican president, Abraham Lincoln, pledged our nation to a new birth of freedom. The same sacred fire of liberty that was on the beaches of Normandy in 1944 when our band of brothers stormed those shores and helped free the world. The same sacred fire of liberty that was at the Berlin Wall in 1987 when Ronald Reagan stood there and said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." This is our responsibility, to carry this torch and to preserve this sacred fire of liberty. Don't run away from this responsibility. We welcome this responsibility. We thank you for your effort. We thank you for your support. You helped us get a ticket punched out of the Hawkeye State. We have a lot of work to do, but I can tell you this, as the next president of the United States, I am going to get the job done for this country. I am not going to make any excuses, and I guarantee you this, I will not let you down. Thank you all. God bless you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Let's bring out the First Lady.
Ron DeSantis speaking after finishing in second in Iowa, according to the Associated Press. He's there with Casey DeSantis, his wife. Rhonda, let's talk about what this finish means for Ron DeSantis.
This is probably where DeSantis wanted to be tonight. I think everyone knows that the Trump
he wanted
strength,
to win. I mean,
right,
he wanted to win, but with a modified perspective.
Right.
Yeah.
This is probably, could be considered as first place for the non-Trump candidate. So his ground game there, of course, he had a strategy where he put everything into Iowa. He got the major endorsements. He did all the campaigning in 99 counties. So this is exactly where he wanted to be tonight, because it didn't, especially with the Des Moines Register poll, it didn't look like this would be a certainty that he would come in second. But again, going back to what we said at the very beginning of our show, is there is just a tiny share of delegates that come from Iowa, 40, and you need a little over 1,000 in July for the nominee to become the nominee of the party and go into the general. So this, again, Iowa is just a snapshot. I think one of the things that we are learning right now is that Trump still has incredible strength, but DeSantis was able to pull through in second.
We have some breaking news coming out of the campaign. Vivek Ramaswamy does plan to suspend his campaign. That's after being projected to come in fourth here in Iowa. That's according to his campaign spokesperson that he will be dropping out. J.M. Rieger, let's go to you for what that means, what it means to no longer have Vivek Ramaswamy on the campaign trail.
Yeah, I mean, you know, in theory, a lot of Vivek Ramaswamy supporters are probably going to jump over to Trump. He was a little low in a lot of the New Hampshire polling, so how much of an impact that has, I think, you know, TBD remains to be seen here. Although if New Hampshire kind of, if Nikki Haley is able to kind of continue to close the gap, as some recent polling has shown in New Hampshire, Ramaswamy dropping out, and if his supporters primarily go to Donald Trump, that could help Trump and boost him in that state. But I also think, you know, Libby, we're talking about, you know, Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley here, and Ramaswamy finishing behind them. They are so far behind where Donald Trump is tonight in terms of support, in terms of how many votes he's gotten in the caucuses. It is remarkable. It blows out of the water the previous record for a Republican Iowa caucus win, which was Bob Dole in 1988, who won by under 13 points. Trump at the moment is flirting with 30 points. I just want to hammer that home for our viewers, how massive this margin is, and how what we're talking about with Ron DeSantis, Haley, Ramaswamy are such a distant second, third, fourth. The impact that, you know, that has. Now, Rhonda's exactly right. It's a very different electorate in Iowa compared to New Hampshire. But, you know, as we look at how this race might shape up, you know, at this moment, it's hard to see how these campaigns, we just heard Michael talking about kind of the fundraising needs of a Haley and a DeSantis, how these campaigns sort of, you know, galvanize supporters, if you will, galvanize fundraisers to keep this going for them before Trump kind of blows everyone else out of the water.
Such an important point, JM. You know, I want to go to James Homan for more. You know, James, it is so important to keep it in perspective. We can, it's almost like the frog in the water that starts boiling and the frog doesn't even realize it. Yeah. It's important to say that Donald Trump has had an incredibly successful night, James. And it may come as a shock, frankly, James, to people who are just tuning into politics now, who maybe haven't been paying attention in other parts of the country, to see him dominate so cleanly in Iowa tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it is a clean, clear win. And now Donald Trump is going to try to become the first Republican ever in a contested contest for the nomination to win both Iowa and New Hampshire. You know, we talk about the previous records for big wins in Iowa. George W. Bush won by 10 points in 2000 over Steve Forbes. Then he goes to New Hampshire and he ends up losing New Hampshire by 18 points to John McCain. And then it becomes this sort of long slog to South Carolina and Super Tuesday. So now the test for Trump is of his appeal. He goes to a very different state where a majority of Republicans identify as pro-choice, where independents can vote in the Republican primary. Then he goes to Nevada, where he appears
James,
to be very strong.
I'm going to pause you there to go to Nikki Haley, former UN ambassador. She has taken the stage to greet her supporters in Iowa.
Thank you, Iowa. You know, I want to say before we start, when you go through something like this, you can't do it unless you have a faith. And God is so good. And I want to say to my husband, who is deployed, who I know may or may not be watching this right now, Michael, I love you. And what keeps me going is I know we sleep under the same stars. So I want to say to Rena and Josh and Nayland, I am so proud of you. The best job I will always have is being your mom. I want to thank my parents who are at home. Every day they reminded us how blessed we were to live in America. I want to thank my sweet brother who came out here and was caucusing for me. A good Desert Storm veteran, and I want to thank my other siblings there. I want to thank Michael's parents, Bill and Carol Haley, who've been fantastic along the way as well. You can't do this without the strength of your family. I want to congratulate President Trump on his win tonight. We have had an amazing 11 months here in the Hawkeye State. I came to Iowa early and often, and I kept coming back, even though the cold weather is brutal. But the kindness of Iowans will never be lost on me. You're faithful, patriotic, and hardworking Americans, and I will forever be grateful for the time that we had. At one point in this campaign, there were 14 of us running. I was at 2% in the polls. But tonight, Iowa did what Iowa always does so well. The pundits will analyze the results from every angle. We get that. But when you look at how we're doing in New Hampshire, in South Carolina, and beyond, I can safely say, tonight, Iowa made this Republican primary a two-person race. Tonight, I will be back in the great state of New Hampshire. And the question before Americans is now very clear. Do you want more of the same? Or do you want a new generation of conservative leadership? A lot of hard truths to America, and here's another one. I voted for Donald Trump twice. I was proud to serve in his administration. But when I say more of the same, you know what I'm talking about. It's both Donald Trump and Joe Biden. They have more in common than you think. 70% of Americans don't want another Trump-Biden rematch. A majority disapprove of both of them. Trump and Biden are both about 80 years old. Trump and Biden both put our country trillions of dollars deeper in debt, and our kids will never forgive them for it. Trump and Biden both lack a vision for our country's future because both are consumed by the past, by investigations, by vendettas, by grievances. America deserves better. direction under new conservative leadership. We deserve a president who will focus on the needs of our people, not on themselves. A president who will rebuild our economy, close our border, and stand up to our enemies. Most importantly, we deserve a president who will stop our self-loathing, end division and fear, and make America strong and proud. Our campaign is the last best hope of stopping the Trump-Biden nightmare. But it's more than that. Republicans have lost the popular vote in 7 of the last 8 presidential elections. That's nothing to be proud of. We should want to earn the support of a majority of Americans. All the evidence says that if it's a Trump-Biden rematch, it's going to be another toss-up election. It could go either way. We could have more disputes over election interference, and Joe Biden could win again. With Kamala Harris waiting in the wings. Lord help us if that happens. And then look at what happens when I go head-to-head against Biden. We win in a landslide, it's not even close. That means no recounts, no lawsuits, and no doubts. It means no more Chuck Schumer leading the Senate. No more endless votes for House Speaker because we'll have a huge House majority. We'll term limit the do-nothing Washington politicians. We'll rebuild our economy and secure our border. No more excuses. And make no mistake, we will restore our national pride. We are blessed to live in America, and it's time that we remember that. And as we head to New Hampshire, I have one more thing to say. We're gonna win! Underestimate me, because that's always fun. I love you, Iowa, but we're on to New Hampshire.
Nikki Haley giving a speech to her supporters in Iowa. She is placing 3rd in the Iowa caucus. As she said, she heads on to New Hampshire. I think she's going to go through her supporters now and list some of them. Rhonda, one curious line from this speech that 2 candidates go on from here, but she's not in the top 2. So it's almost like that speech was written before we got the results.
It might have been, or she is talking about the anti-Trump candidates, you know, her and DeSantis, or she's talking about her and Trump. I'm not quite sure what she meant by that. However, there is a clear distinction between that speech and the one we heard from DeSantis. And you have to wonder, as we move on to New Hampshire and the other primary contests, is that message going to resonate? And it is the message of, I am the clear alternative. We heard DeSantis thank supporters, say that people said he couldn't do it, and then he kind of wrapped it up. She went back to the speech she's been saying for the last few weeks that she's the only one who can beat Joe Biden. And for folks who are just thinking ahead to the general election, that's going to be something that resonates with them. She's talking about the fatigue and the polls that show that a lot of America, they don't want a Trump and Biden matchup again. She also tapped into that fatigue about older candidates and how there needs to be, younger and fresh faces, something that Vivek Ramaswamy was able to get, a few votes at least in Iowa and some momentum early on by his message of saying that we need younger people in politics. But she isn't, dancing around the main issue. Her issue right now is she's the clear choice for the Republican Party if they don't want a Trump with baggage. And despite how well Trump did in Iowa, that does not mean how he'll do in New Hampshire, Nevada, any of those states that come next. And certainly her home state of South Carolina, that's projected to be a favorable place for her as well.
I mean, you'd almost think that Nikki Haley was from New Hampshire, the way she was throwing those love notes to New Hampshire, talking about heading there right away. I mean, she is turning her attention.
She said she was going tonight.
That's right. Let's bring in James Homan. James?
Well, yeah, there's an old line from John Sununu, the former governor of New Hampshire, that Iowa picks corn, New Hampshire picks presidents. John Sununu's son, Chris Sununu, the current governor of New Hampshire, Nikki Haley's strongest endorser in that state. We now are seeing the field pare down a little bit, but it is good news for Donald Trump that Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis coming with a case, both saying that they got their tickets punched to go into New Hampshire, where Trump's going to try to become the first Republican to win both of those states back to back. We now have Ramaswamy out. Asa Hutchinson is a non-factor, an asterisk tonight. It was really striking. Nikki Haley has spent the last few weeks going after Ron DeSantis, trying to get that second spot. Tonight, she turned her attention toward Donald Trump. I think that that's a pivot toward a new message. A lot of what we just heard was her standard stump speech, but it was a little more pointed in the criticism of Trump. The question now is, does that continue? We also saw Ron DeSantis over the last 24 to 48 hours taking some harder whacks at Trump than he'd taken through the entire campaign. So we're going to go into New Hampshire where there are independents who can vote. And then the question is, if Trump wins Iowa and New Hampshire, it's a lot harder for either of them to stop him for the Republican nomination. But if for some reason New Hampshire splits or Haley's able to win, then you get into Super Tuesday. Very few delegates on the line in the first couple weeks. 75% of the delegates will be awarded by the end of March. If Haley can figure out how to do well in her home state of South Carolina, where she was governor for 8 years, the next big set of primaries across the country. Some of these states, maybe she could be competitive in. But one of the key things that's happened largely under the radar over the last year is that because Trump has developed a better organization than he had before, he's gone into a lot of these party committees inside these states where the establishment is now loyal to him. In California, for example, more delegates are available than any other state, including Texas on Super Tuesday. They changed the rules so that instead of allocating delegates by congressional district, if someone gets more than 50% of the vote in California, they get all 168 delegates from that state. So the rules have sort of changed in a way that could be helpful to Donald Trump if this ends up becoming a marathon rather than a sprint. But for now, the battle turns next week to New Hampshire.
Thanks so much, James. J.M. Rieger, let's go to you for what was on voters' minds tonight and how it translated into this elections.
Well, we just heard James there talking about, kind of the road ahead here. And I keep coming back to something that we've covered extensively here at the Post, which is that no candidate in the modern political era has ever blown a lead as large as the one that Donald Trump has. All three times that candidates have had this large of leads in their primaries, they've gone on to win their party's nomination, both in 2000 and in 2016. Nikki Haley seemed to take a page out of Marco Rubio's playbook tonight. Rubio our viewers might remember, finished in third place in the Iowa caucuses in 2016 and began his remarks by saying that no one thought that this moment would come. Nikki Haley doing a victory lap saying that this was narrowed down to a two-person race, even though she had come in third. You know, looking ahead, Libby, it's kind of everything that James and Rhonda talked about. It's how much this race is going to split, but this is such a big, massive victory for Trump. You know, in some ways, all eyes are going to be on New Hampshire here as we move ahead. And then that'll give us, you know, kind of the shape of how this race is going to look and whether there is a viable alternate to Trump, if you will, in the Republican field, or whether this is, you know, Trump's nomination, perhaps before we even get to Super Tuesday.
Incredible, incredible. Thanks so much, JM. Well, we talked to Jorge Ribas earlier tonight in Ida Grove in the northwest part of the state, and he's been on the move since the caucus ended there. So, Jorge, I understand you are in Sioux City now. You look warm. This is good. What was it like when the race was called so early before your caucus had even voted tonight?
Yeah, that's right, Libby. Libby, we had to leave that location. They were closing up the high school, so they took us. We had to, you know, drive about an hour here. We're in Sioux City, so they called that race before anyone had even voted. The precincts they were still in the auditorium meeting and finishing up speeches, and then they set off in their precincts. There were 7 precincts in that county. And so even before they had sat down with their precincts to vote, the race had already been called. I didn't hear a lot of chatter or people like looking at their phones during that. And one of the reasons why is actually one of the gentlemen we talked to there was Mark Leonard, the man with the mustache. And he told us that he actually showed me his flip phone. And he said, well, I don't get like messages on this phone. And he told me, I imagine a lot of people here have flip phones too, and maybe that's why we weren't getting the messages. So you didn't see a lot of people like reacting to the news. Although I did, you know, a couple people I talked to one person who was surprised that the race was called so early. Now, I don't know if it's changed anyone or swayed anyone's vote there, but there was some reaction to that early announcement, particularly by the DeSantis campaign, who put out a statement saying that the race was called earlier, that they claimed that the media had it in for them and was going for Donald Trump, and obviously those are just statements that their campaign is making. But that race being called so early, it did put a wrinkle kind of in, and I'm sure into some of these other candidates and what they were saying, and kind of fueled that fire for DeSantis. So we didn't really see it where we were. People still were voting. I don't think it changed anything there, but it was just an interesting situation being there where people hadn't even voted yet.
Jorge, we're going to be looking at the numbers. We're going to be doing a lot of analysis over the coming days and looking at just how many people were able to get out tonight. Were people thwarted because of the weather? Were they complacent because they thought Trump was so far ahead? But you've had some really harrowing travels just trying to get to Ida Grove and Sioux City. Can you describe what the weather and conditions have been like for you? Because it's not just about the cold, it's also about how treacherous the roads are.
Right. So I was actually supposed to fly into Des Moines, and my flight was canceled. So instead I flew to Chicago, and it was a lot easier to just rent a car and drive to Iowa from Chicago. And it kind of, on that drive, I was mainly on the interstates, and I saw just on the roads just the number of abandoned vehicles, jackknife tractor trailers, all along that road. I was heading to Iowa City for an event for Nikki Haley. And yeah, I mean, it was treacherous on some of those. The road slowed down really quite a bit. Just getting off the interstate, getting to her event in Iowa City. My car had to, kind of trudge up some small hills. I was a little bit concerned that I was not going to be making it, but I made it, obviously. But yeah, I mean, it was definitely an issue then, and that was a couple days ago. It stayed cold the whole time. The roads, I think, were clearer. It wasn't so bad tonight for driving. But, if you're getting off some of those main roads, there was definitely icier snow drifts, things on the road like that probably hampered. They told us, we talked to the chair of the GOP at that event, and they had 600 people in 2016, and there was 250 people about tonight. She said that was still higher than normally, than the pre-Trump era, but it was definitely a lot lower than it had been in recent times. And so that's probably across the state. I don't know how that affected Haley or DeSantis and how they performed. I know DeSantis has been said that he came in second tonight. Haley's in third place, and Trump obviously came in first. I don't know, I guess, the totals they show and how that affected each of their turnout, but it definitely was lower than it was in 2016, which I think was a record turnout that year. Much balmier temperatures, if I remember, in 2016 as well.
Well, Jorge, you get a Washington Post merit badge for safe driving and getting through this the treacherous weather of the caucus. Thank
Libby,
you.
I know you're.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Libby.
Yes, you know I have Alaska driving experience, so I relate to the Iowans, and I give Jorge a gold star. I want to go to Rich Matthews now at the Des Moines Convention Center. Rich, you're about to go, just like Nikki Haley, straight to New Hampshire. So what are you going to be looking for in the Granite State, where it's hopefully a little bit warmer, Rich?
Yeah, who would have thunk it that it'll be warmer in New Hampshire, but it will. We've been talking a lot since her speech about Nikki Haley and how badly she does want to get to New Hampshire. It's important to remember that she made a gaffe, a late gaffe here in Iowa, where while speaking to a crowd in New Hampshire, she said, Iowa starts it, and then you correct it. Now, that was jumped on by her opponents. Ron DeSantis even turned it into an ad that ran constantly here the last few days. I saw it on TV almost every time I turned on the TV. So it's not clear how much that affected, her campaign here, but it certainly was a mistake. But again, now she is ready to move on to a state where she is a little more popular than Ron DeSantis. She did have the opportunity, though, to knock DeSantis out here. Ron DeSantis had the opportunity to knock Nikki Haley out here. So I think in New Hampshire, the question is, will either of them pull that off? The other big question is, will either of them close the gap a little bit with Donald Trump? If they don't by New Hampshire, or at least by South Carolina, it really may be too late. So we'll be watching that. We will be watching who gets Vivek's votes, right? Not a whole lot of them. He finished with almost 8%, but that, certainly anybody in this race, including the president, the former president, would like to have that 8% of the votes. We've talked a lot about if Iowa matters or how much it matters. It's very interesting because this year it might matter a little bit less. We have essentially an incumbent running, and he ran the table. A lot of times what Iowa is good for is letting one of those lesser-known candidates rise, a Pete Buttigieg, a Mike Huckabee. Now, neither of those guys ended up the nominee, but Barack Obama, he wasn't an unknown, but he certainly was not the favorite until he won Iowa. But we didn't see a big upset. In fact, the pollsters were right pretty much on the nose about everything. And essentially, Iowa ends as we expected it would, with a very close race for second and third between DeSantis and Haley. And President Trump really a dominating win with more than 50%. That was certainly what he promised his supporters, and that's what he got. So we move on to New Hampshire. And Libby, I'll see you in, I guess, a little more than a week.
Safe travels, Rich. Thank you so much. James Hohman, let's go to you for final thoughts tonight.
Well, Libby, right as we were about to close, the last precinct reported in Johnson County, which is the county that includes Iowa City, where the University of Iowa is. It has the highest percentage of voters who have college degrees. Check this out. Johnson County, with all of the precincts in, 1,271 votes for Nikki Haley, 1,270 for Donald Trump. That means that Nikki Haley, even though she finished third in the state behind DeSantis, carried one county and denied Donald Trump a 99-county sweep in the Iowa caucuses. That said, still a very big triumph for Donald Trump, but a kind of a cautionary tale looking ahead that there are parts of the Republican coalition, about half, that are still uneasy with renominating Trump a third time in a row.
Thanks so much, James. It's so interesting, Rhonda, as you get ready to head to New Hampshire and see what voters there decide.
Right, yeah, I will be heading there. As Rich just said, he is too. I think James is leaving us at a good point tonight, showing that strength that Nikki Haley had with college-educated voters tonight. That segues into what we might expect in terms of her performance in New Hampshire next week. Of course, we don't know anything until we have the results, but overall, I think tonight confirms that Donald Trump certainly still has a hold on the Republican Party, at least a part of the base. But there is still an opening for people who want to hear from someone who will be that alternative. So we'll continue reporting it, seeing what happens. But again, Iowa sometimes doesn't always call it right. In fact, we've talked about it already tonight that they've only done twice that they've picked the nominee. So we'll have to see what the other states have to say. But it has been an informative night.
And a dominant one from Donald Trump. Well, this has been live election coverage of the Iowa Republican caucus from the Washington Post. The outcome is one the polls predicted. A first 2024 victory is in the bag for former President Donald Trump. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis edged out former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley for second place. And now all eyes move on to New Hampshire. The Granite State has a more secular Republican voting base and more independent voters in the mix. And we will be there covering the outcome. I'd like to thank all of my guests, including our field reporters, Rich Matthews and Jorge Ribas, and their crews who braved the cold tonight to bring us stories from the caucus sites, and my colleagues here in our studios, Rhonda Colvin, J.M. Rieger, and our Election Insights team led by James Homan. The 2024 campaign is officially underway, and the Washington Post will be with you as the candidates fight to reach the White House. I'm Libby Casey. Thank you for watching, and good night.
The Washington Post newsroom delivers breaking events around the world as they happen. Unrivaled reporting from the journalists you've come to trust. To get the facts fast and meet the challenges of today head on. Get the news that matters most with a special offer by visiting WashingtonPost.com/watch. Subscribing unlocks instant access, bringing you the Post's award-winning coverage anytime, any place. Because democracy dies in darkness.